Get rid of our screen.
Yeah, probably to turn towards me now. They can hear me.
Okay, then I would like to call this hearing back to order. It's Wednesday morning, December 15th, and I understand that Mr. Wilson, you will be leading evidence starting this morning.
That's correct. On the off chance our microphone is not working, the other person you saw on the screen moments ago was our IT person dialing in from another location in our office. But we're ready to go.
Thank you very much. And you're ready to proceed, Ms. Becker-Brooks?
Yes, we're ready to go as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
First witness is Lee Chambers, an employee of Brazo County.
Thank you. Madam Reporter, would you please affirm the witness?
Yes, Mr. Chambers, could I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chambers, before we get into your evidence, I take it you were aware that there was an exclusion of witness order granted by the arbitrator?
Yes.
Have you watched any of the testimony of any of the witnesses who have testified in this matter?
No.
Have you spoken with anyone who watched the testimony of the witnesses in this matter?
Not about this testimony.
All right. And when you add that qualification, are you referring to talking with myself and Mr. McLeod last night?
Yes.
Anyone else?
I believe there's people in this building that have watched it, but I've spoken to them, but not about this hearing.
All right. Mr. Chambers, what I'd ask you to do is provide the tribunal with some background as to your education and your training.
Ashley was 17 years at Town of Rocky Mountain House. I was the pool manager there. I worked at the city of Red Deer for 2 years. I looked after 3 facilities. That was a pool. And
Mr. Chambers?
Yeah.
Mr. Chambers, do you want to slow down just a wee bit?
Okay. Yep. So I was city of Red Deer there. I looked after 3 facilities, 3 pools, one of which was a rink. And then before that, I was at Town of Rocky Mountain House as community services director, much like I was working for the Urbans. So I oversaw swimming pool, arena, family community support services, all the parks, much like Annette's role today, working for the Urbans. And then I've been at Brazo County for the last 7 years as the community services director.
Now, Mr. Chambers, you've added a phrase that I hadn't heard until today. You referred to Urbans, and I'm sure that's something that you're aware of. What does that mean?
Well, I'm working for the rurals now, the county. Urbans meaning I work for the town, so city almost, urban, the non-rural.
Okay. And to go back to your background, 17 years at the town of Rocky Mountain House,
Yes,
a period of time at the city of Red Deer,
yes,
and you would have been throughout that time period dealing in recreational facilities?
yes. I should
And
qualify.
of that-
I could go back
of that-
even. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Of that time, how many years would you have been in a management function?
Over 30 years.
All right. You now get to Brazo County and you're now working for what you referred to as a rural. And what's your current position at Brazo County?
I'm Community Services Director.
All right. And that's what you refer to as similar to Ms. Drayton.
No, when I was at the town of Rocky Mountain House, I would say that was similar to Ms. Drayton. Right now, I am the equivalent position as Ms. Drayton, but it's different in the way that I don't directly look after, oversee swimming pools, facilities, so to speak, arenas anymore.
All right. And do you have any what familiarity do you have with the exchange of funding between rural and urban, or urban and rural?
Well, cost sharing. We provide funding, recreation funding for the way it was based in Brazo County and Drayton Valley. It was set up before where we provided 50% of the deficit. And when I worked in Rocky Mountain House, it was the same setup. Clearwater County provided, because they don't have those, facilities, it allowed the rural people to access their facilities, and so they cost shared on it.
Were you involved in interaction with Clearwater County dealing with the exchange of funds for recreational facilities?
Yes. And so the opposite role is what I'm at now, and that's where I guess I was saying I was the same role as Annette Drayton when I was the town of Rocky Mountain House.
All right. And you come to Brazo County, and can you advise the tribunal of your interactions with the town of Drayton Valley?
Interactions. I met regularly with my counterpart, Annette Drayton. I'm not sure how far you want me to go on that. I'm repeating myself. I say, we cost shared with Drayton Valley on their facilities, their pool, their arena. That was my interaction with the town.
All right. And were you aware of any concerns that Brazo County had with the amounts that they were paying?
Well, one thing, coming from Rocky Mountain House, being in sort of the opposite role I'm at now, we received funding from Clearwater County. And if you look at the town of Rocky Mountain House, their population is very similar to Drayton Valley. And then they were dealing with Clearwater County, and Clearwater County actually had the village of Caroline. So the setup was very similar to what we have here, but it was very apparent at the level of funding that Brazo County provided to the town of Drayton Valley. I know when I left in 2014, Clearwater County their operating amount was $500,000 a year. And when I came here, it was like just under $900,000. And
were you the only person at Brazo County who had concerns with respect to the amounts paid?
No. CEO, council, our corporate services person, yeah. They all had concerns. Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Chambers, have you ever had occasion to look at the 2015-16 Fiscal Farmer Report?
Yes, I have. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And did you have occasion to review it after you became employed by Brazo County?
Yep, that arbitration, not arbitration, that inspection, which was by the province, it happened, like I came in November 2014, and it just happened shortly after that. So yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've read it a few times.
And sir, with respect to the Russell Farmer 2016 inspection, did that do anything to allay Brazo County's concerns with respect to the recreational funding?
Well, one thing that was in his report, it sort of confirmed what we were thinking, but he benchmarked, I believe he had 6 counties, and the wording he used was, we paid considerably more than the rest. And actually, I mean, and I can quote, I believe it was Brazo County at that time was when he did this survey, was $142.50 Brazo County was paying per capita to Drayton Valley. And when he benchmarks the other ones, they were to the low of $42.50 per capita, and the highest was $50 per capita.
Well, I'm going to get Mr. McLeod to call up agreed document 32. And Mr. Chambers, you haven't heard it, but I refer to this as Russell Farmer 1.
Okay.
And I'll get Mr. McLeod to flip to page 51 of agreed document 32.
I'm having difficulty with my.
Mr. Chambers, are you able to see that document as it scrolls by?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait until he gets to page 51.
51 or 50?
Yeah, I see it. 51, yeah.
And if I direct your attention to the second bullet, does that help you, sir?
Yeah, and that's where the inspector looked at 6 counties with populations comparable to Brazo County. And yeah, that's as I remember it. They were saying that per capita was $42.50 low to a high of $50 per capita. And Brazo County was paying $142.58 per capita, which was considerably more than the other benchmarks. So after seeing this, it kind of confirmed what I was, and well, what Brazo County was thinking, that, you know, it seems like we're paying a lot of money.
Now, Mr. Chambers, I don't want you telling me what others at Brazo County say or think, because that would be hearsay.
Okay.
I want to know, what you saw, and with respect to the Russell Farmer 1 report and the item that you summarized, what were your views after reviewing that document?
After I'd seen that, well, it just sort of confirmed, like, yeah, it is high. I actually went one step further after this and did a survey comparing other counties, and I looked at the surrounding counties that surround Brazo County, and I'm not sure if that's in the evidence, but it confirmed I came up with the same numbers. You know, same. You know, we were paying considerably more than the other counties.
Mr. Chambers, did you have occasion to share your survey with anyone?
Yes, I actually shared this with the ad hoc committee, rec board, which it was later termed, but the ad hoc committee. I did share that information.
Well, Mr. Chambers, what I'd like you to do is advise the arbitrator how it was that you became involved in the ad hoc committee.
It was Town of Drayton Valley Brazo County, we had 2 county councilors and 2 town councilors. And then there was myself and Annette Drayton. It was formed because we were, well, this, as we say, we were spending considerably more. So we wanted to look at having a rec board ad hoc committee to look at why is it that it's more. And one of the things we always asked was we wanted detailed financials. It seemed like we were always getting summaries, and we always were asking for detailed, and we never seemed to get that.
Mr. Chambers, before we go on, were you a voting member of that committee?
Of Brazo County?
No, of the ad hoc committee or the
No.
rec board?
No,
To your knowledge, was Ms. Drayton a voting member of that committee?
no, and it was an advisory, it was set up as advisory. So they didn't have any power, you know, they could recommend to our own councils, right?
Now, Mr. Chambers, who prepared the minutes coming out of these meetings?
The town always prepared the minutes, and that would be Annette Drayton.
And would there have been an agenda earlier, before the meeting?
Yeah, there was an agenda, yes.
And do you know who would have prepared that?
Annette would have prepared that.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, before we get to your survey, can you characterize the meeting of the ad hoc committee, which subsequently became the rec board? What kind of meetings were those?
Well, they were very professional, courteous, and respectful, you know. Yeah.
And were there exceptions in your experience?
Well, I know that, of course, some of the time, this is probably the only time where it wasn't maybe, the minutes didn't always reflect everything that was said. And I know when I brought my surveys in, I know I had to stress my point and kind of almost, hey, I need this to be included, because when the minutes came out, they weren't included. That happened a few times where, you know, I had to, you know, stress, hey, we need to have this, and especially my surveys, that information in there.
Mr. Chambers, I'm going to show you Exhibit 2, tab 9, which is Joint Exploratory Recreation Cultural Ad Hoc Committee meeting. And dated October 1, 2018. Would you have seen these minutes at any time, sir?
Yes, yes.
And if Mr. McLeod can swing down a little bit to 4.0, old business. Do you see that?
Yeah, just reading it, yeah. Yes, okay.
Exhibit 2, tab 9 is a 6-page document that has 2 pages of minutes. And then, Mr. Chambers, there are some tables at the bottom of it, appended.
Yes.
You see that?
Yeah, I see them, yeah.
Okay, does that look familiar?
Yeah, this is the survey that I did, and I know when the minutes came out, I, you know, sort of argued I'd like to have these included because they weren't initially. So I know that with Annette doing the minutes, that's what I say, they didn't always capture everything, so it seemed like whenever I presented this, I wanted to make sure that information was documented. I know Annette had exception to that.
Now, sir, if you look at the minutes 4.1, if Mr. McLeod could slide up, the first paragraph actually refers to information from various municipalities on operating budgets and cost sharing allocation for municipal pools and twin arenas. Why were you doing, why were you looking at municipal pools?
Well, initially, like going back to the Farmers One report, where he was saying that, you know, we were paying, Brazo County was paying considerably more than the other benchmarked municipalities. I had done that survey similar to what he had done, and I confirmed that. And then at the direction of the ad hoc committee, they said, do you know why? You know, why is it more? Can you look deeper? So then I looked at swimming pools and arenas. And when I looked at that, it came out that the arenas were considerably higher than Drayton Valley. That's what came out from that.
Mr. Chambers, we're going to get Mr. McLeod to swing down to the first table, page 3. Again, who is the author of this document?
That was myself.
And who assembled the information in the table?
I did.
All right. And I hate to say it, Mr. Chambers, I'm not sure I could set up a table like that, but you have a number of headings, and one of them is in the middle of the page, sal /WAG/benefit. Do you see that?
Yep, salaries, wages, and benefits, yes.
And on the table for Drayton Valley, I see you've got 926, 125.
Yes,
And again, this is with respect to twin arenas alone.
just twin arenas, yes. It does not include any gyms or curling rinks. It's just that. And yeah.
Now, with respect to sell, WAG, and benefit, what was your understanding as to what that encompassed, sir?
That's all the, I mean, I presented this to ad hoc committee, and this was the wages at that facility, you know. I know Drayton Valley, they have, you know, union, so union wages, you know.
Was there anything other than union wages in there?
Well, if there was, I was never told. And when I brought it up, nobody corrected me.
And sir, you've got Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House. I take it you were familiar with Rocky Mountain House?
Yeah, absolutely. I was, you know, community services director for 8 years, overseeing that arena.
And do you know why Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House's expenses for running their twin arena was significantly lower?
I couldn't say why, but it just was very apparent that couldn't understand why the Omiflex was higher.
Now, sir, the fourth page of the document is a document. Do you have it there in front of you, sir?
Yes,
And it's entitled Swimming Pool 2017 Actual Cost. You see that?
sorry, yeah, hold on. Okay. Yes, yes,
Who prepared this document?
I did,
And who prepared the table?
I did.
And with respect to the numbers, can you tell the tribunal where you got them at the time?
The numbers, if I didn't get them off the internet directly, I know like Rocky Mountain House, I had to get them to send them to me directly.
And you would have had the summaries that were being provided to you by the town for
Yep.
for Drayton Valley. Rocky Mountain House sent them to you directly?
Yep.
And was that the same with respect to the third page, the title, the table that refers to twin arenas?
Yes, yes.
Now, Mr. Chambers, I'd like you to indicate how this meeting on October 1st of 2018 unfolded. Was that similar to the other meetings you attended?
Well, like I said, always respectful and, it was always very professional, but it just seemed like whenever I brought this information, it wasn't always captured in the minutes. And so, I had to press that, can I have actually the information even included in the minutes rather than just an overview of it?
Now, who did you understand would get a copy of the Joint Exploratory Recreation and Culture Ad Hoc Committee meeting minutes?
Well, the information would be, you've got 2 town councilors and you've got 2 county councilors there, and hoping that our councilors would, the town council or the county council would see these minutes.
And do you know whether or not these minutes were shared with the councils themselves?
I can't speak on behalf of the town. These minutes weren't always presented to our county council. I do have to say that. They didn't see them all always.
Would you have shared tables page 2 through 6 of the of Exhibit 2 Agreed Document 9 with town council?
Sorry, would I have shared that with town council?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the minutes. I'm talking about the research tables that you assembled and presented at the October 1st meeting. Would you have told your town councilors about your research?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
My council.
You want to tell the arbitrator what you would have done?
Well, when you say done, I have to ask. These would have been presented in private, like in private, in camera, to our council.
Mr. Chambers, I've got that. I just want you to explain to the arbitrator who you shared your research with.
I shared it with our Brazo County Council.
All right. Can you characterize the results of your presentation of this material to town council?
Well, to sum it up, it was like, when I compare swimming pools, we're right on, what we paying to the town seems to be comparable with other facilities. But when I look at the arenas, we're paying quite a bit more, and it specifically looks at wages, seems to be the one that seems to be higher than everywhere else. That's, we have a concern about that.
All right. And those concerns were expressed to you by your council?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, are you aware of any information that the town brought forward to address the research that you assembled as pages 3 through 6 of of Exhibit 2 Agreed Document 9? Did the town bring anything forward to address this table?
No.
And Mr. Chambers, it's my understanding at a certain point in time, you would have assembled some further research. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe your further research is Exhibit 2, Agreed Document 33.
Yeah,
Mr.
I prepared that, yes.
Now, Mr. Chambers, who would have authored this document?
Myself,
And who would have assembled the information contained within this document?
I did.
And what sources did you use at the time to assemble this information?
Again, it was taken off their websites at the time, or some of it, I had to actually get it sent to me because it, wasn't broken down enough. So it was sent directly to me. And that was the best information we could get at that time. That's why you've got, a budget and actual, because sometimes they didn't have the actual, and it's tough trying to get that information, especially when you're trying to get it off the website. It's not always, got the actuals at that time.
Now, sir, with respect to this document, it's more involved than Exhibit 2, Agreed Document 9, in that you now have 4 comparables. Do you see that?
Yep.
And do you know where Lacombe is?
Absolutely, yes. It's
Can you advise the tribunal?
so Lacombe is just a little bit north of Red Deer, close proximity to Red Deer.
And Panoka?
A little further north than Lacombe, and going a little bit east, close proximity to Red Deer, striking distance.
Drive from Panoka to Red Deer would be about how long?
Say that again, the drive from Panoka,
How long a drive is Panoka to Red Deer?
I don't know, you can't quote me on it, but I would say, 40 minutes.
All right. Now, are you familiar with Olds?
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Yeah, it's between Red Deer and Calgary. Probably,
Yeah.
probably halfway, maybe, probably 45 minutes either way. Olds is in the middle of Calgary and Red Deer.
And if you were going to Calgary from Olds, the first major urban center you'd reach would be Airdrie.
Yes,
And then you've got here Rocky Mountain House, and you've said Rocky's how far from Red Deer?
80 kilometers.
And Mr. Chambers, did you have occasion to look at the populations of Lacombe, Panoka, Olds, and Rocky?
They're very similar. That's why we picked them, and they're central Alberta communities. And they all have twin arenas.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, again, you've got a table, and this time it's a little right of middle of page, where we have Sal /WAG /Ben.
Salary,
That
wages,
would
and
be
salary, wages, and benefits. Yes.
All right. And at the bottom of the document, you have Drayton, you have Drayton Valley. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you understand the salary, wages, and benefits for Drayton Valley to encompass?
It's just the way it was broken down. That's just for the Omiflex. It did not include the fitness center. Did not include. It was just this, the employees at that facility.
All right. And did you know their status at that facility?
Not understanding their union, you mean, or I'm not sure what you mean by status. Okay.
Yeah, did you understand they were union employees?
Yes, I understood they were union employees, yeah.
Anyone else?
When I did this table, and when I presented it, there was never any information to say otherwise.
All right. And sir, what was your reaction when you actually got the Twin Arena operating costs and assembled this table?
Well, it was just, and that's what I shared with our council. It's quite apparent, like, especially if you look at the averages. I mean, the Drayton Valley, some years it was in excess of $400,000 more in salary, wages, and benefits. The Drayton Valley compared to the average. Some
Alright.
places it was more.
Were you familiar with the arena complex at Rocky Mountain House, the Twin Arena?
Yes. Well, I
And I take-
oversaw it for 8 years. Yes. Yeah.
And have you seen the Omniplex arena portion
Yeah.
of the complex?
Yes.
Any comments on similarity or differences?
They're both twin facilities. Actually, they very comparable in the summer. I know that it's kind of unique to some of these places. We had indoor dirt users, as we used to call in Rocky. The rodeo used to use the ice surfaces in the summer, put dirt in there. Rocky did that, and Drayton Valley did that.
Now, sir, did you share this twin operating research you did with anyone?
This would have been actually at that time the rec board, and our council have seen it, Brazo County.
Sorry, you shared it with the rec board,
Yes,
and similar to your description of your earlier research, you presented it to Brazo County
yes,
Council.
yes.
And Mr. McLeod is going to call up a meeting minute for you.
June 25th, 2020.
Is this a meeting you would have attended?
Yes.
And can you tell me what happened at the meeting when you presented your research?
Can you go down a little bit just so I can familiarize myself with that? Yeah. So now this, we have to, we'd never, like I mentioned before, we were always asking for detailed information, and we always got summaries, like we got quarterly summaries, which, you just take at face value, I guess. But in the fourth quarter of 2020, we did get detailed information. And that was the first time I'd ever seen detailed information. And when I was looking through that, like the county actually pays capital dollars to the town over the years. And I know at the Omniplex, we provided capital dollars. And then when I was going through the operating details, it showed that they'd used the same capital in the operating. And so it was kind of like we were getting charged twice. So I presented that information at the rec board, and I did it respectfully and said, do you want to check this? Like, this doesn't seem correct, and like it's not right. And anyway, they came back, and and admitted that they charged us twice, and we ended up getting a check for $40-something thousand because they were charged twice.
Mr. Chambers, was that connected in any way to the detailed financial information you received?
Yep. If I didn't have that detailed information, I wouldn't have been able to discover that. It was only because I had, and that was the first time I got detailed information, I was able to see that, you know, the capital is rolled into the operating. And you know,
Now, Mr. Chambers, if you look at this meeting minute, if Mr. McLeod can go to the top of the document. We have a different list of attendees. Do you see that?
well, Anthony was always there. Donna was a newer counselor. We placed Mark Gressler, Bill Ballas. He was always there. Corey, Annette, myself, Jennifer Fancy. She was the general of finance, and Colin Swap. They came to this meeting. We thought it was, you know, good to have those as the finance people.
And again, Mr. Chambers, with respect to this meeting, at any time prior to this meeting, had you received detailed accounting records from the town of Drayton Valley?
We'd always asked for detailed, but this was the first time we'd ever received detailed financials.
And to your memory, is this the first time Ms. Fancy and Mr. Swap attended an ad hoc meeting?
I know they were new. I can't be quoted if that was the first meeting they were at. Sorry, I couldn't answer that. But they were new. They were new to the, you know.
Was this information provided to you with an explanation at the meeting before you had a chance to say anything?
No, it was it was only after I brought that information. They didn't offer any. No, this is what it is. This is how we calculate it. And then I challenged it with this information. And I will have to say again, this is one of those items that I had to. It was actually quite heated. I needed to have the minutes capture that because I know the initial minutes did not capture this, capital in the operating, and I had to be quite. It was quite heated actually. I had to be quite forceful to say, you know, I would like the minutes to show this.
Now, Mr. Chambers, I just want to make absolutely sure who raised the overpayment at the meeting you attended with Ms. Swap and Mr. Swap and Ms. Fancy.
I did.
Who presented? All right. And prior to your comments, had anything been said by anyone at the town?
No.
On this topic?
Nothing.
And this is again a matter that you needed to get minuted?
Yes.
Recorded in the minutes?
Yes.
And you indicated that the town got the county got a reimbursement of $40,000?
Yeah, 40 something. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, I've got the meeting minutes of July 23, Exhibit 2, agreed document 23. Again, we have Fancy and Swap in attendance, And on the second page, under a heading, Business Arising 4.2, again, Exhibit 2, agreed document 23, meeting minutes, July 23, 2020. Is 4.2 the item you've just testified to?
Yes, that's what I presented. And this was a correction where we had to, because it wasn't reflected in the initial minutes, you know, so I wanted it captured. And so this was not well received at the rec board, but we did manage to get, you know, it's like, I need this to show in the minutes, but it wasn't there initially.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, with respect to receipt of detailed accounting records, how did that affect your experience with expenses, your concerns about expenses?
Well, we always had concerns at the arena, how it was, you know, how expensive it was compared to the comparables. And this kind of, it made you wonder, confirm, because I've never seen detailed from other years. You know, it's like, I wonder if this happened in other years. I don't know, because I've never seen the detailed transactions.
Okay. And did this lessen or heighten your concern about expenses?
Well, yeah, definitely heightened. It's like, oh, you know, I thought this was not, you know, wasn't right.
All right. Now, sir, you've described a timeline of Russell Farmer 1, October 1st, 2018, your initial research.
Yes.
Your identification of 2 charges that resulted in a refund of $40,000. And would that be information that you would have shared with the county council?
Definitely, yes.
And at least in the summer of 2020, did you understand council shared your concerns?
Yes.
And at a certain point in time, sir, the rec board has a meeting on September 3rd of 2020. And you're in attendance. It's Exhibit 2, agreed document 24. We have what I think of as the typical attendees, plus Miss Fancy, plus Mr. Swap. And on the second page, under a heading Business Arising, entitled Finalization of Recreation Cost Sharing Agreement,
Just
there
need
is
to.
a motion put forward on page 2.
Yeah, I can't see page 2 yet. Okay, here we go.
Councillor Ballas moved that the rec board accept the financials asking for $1,046,141 to
Yes.
both councils for approval. And further, that the joint recreation board shall investigate increased efficiencies and increased revenue. Do you see that?
Yes,
Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Chambers, that this motion by Councilman Ballas was unanimously approved.
yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And to your knowledge, what happened next?
Well, this is an advisory board, so this went back to our council and each went back to respective councils. Our council did not agree with this. After that, that's where we came up with a per capita amount based on the survey, the information that I provided during the averages of all the surrounding counties. And that was that 58.49 per capita.
Now, Mr. Chambers, you've described the recommendation comes from the board, goes to Brazo County Council and is voted down.
Yes,
And I take it you then shared your research, which is my understanding, the Twin Arena operating costs table. Which is exhibit 2, and it might be 33. With county council.
yes, they would have seen that, yes.
And was your table discussed? Or better yet, was the meeting in camera?
Yes,
And you would have brought this table forward and shared it with county council?
yes,
And did a discussion ensue?
well, yeah, they weren't very happy. And then, of course, I talked about the capital as well, where it was, overcharged or double charged. And this is where we came up with the other surveys where it compared the surrounding counties. And that's where we arrived, or the council wanted to go with the 58.49 or the 70, the per capita amount. Yeah, 58.49, yes.
Yep, Mr. Chambers, you just made mention of the double payment and reimbursement. Was that also an issue at the meeting that voted down the recommendation from the rec board?
That was, that was an influencing factor, yes.
All right. And Mr. McLeod's going to call up exhibit 2, grade document 27, which is a letter from the Reeve to Mayor Dirksen and Town of Drayton Valley Council. I take it you've seen this letter before?
Yes, yes.
And would your letter have, would you have participated in the discussion that led to the formation of this letter?
Yes, well, after bringing that information back from rec board and bringing in the arena comparables and the surveys from the surrounding counties, that's where the 58.49 came from. They were kind of quite upset, and so that's where this came out.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, I'm going to get Mr. McLeod to put before you exhibit 2, agreed document 28. Do you want to pull it up a little, Max? Have you seen this document before, Mr. Chambers?
Yes, I have, yes.
We're gonna get you to flip to the second page. And it's the sentence immediately above the multiple bullet points. Do you see that, Mr. Chambers?
I mean, that one says, do these facilities include a 6-sheet curling rink?
Yeah, it's the sentence that starts above that bullet.
Yep.
On numerous occasions, town administration has requested. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on Mayor Dirkson's comment? The town administration asked for the information?
Well, the town administration has requested this information along with the answers to the following questions. I know my surveys, they don't, the costs don't include curling rinks. You know, it doesn't mean anything.
Mr.
Questions?
Mr. Chambers, did town administration ask you on numerous occasions those questions?
A discussion was asked about, oh, does it include a fitness center? Does it include a curling rink? But my information did not have those comparables, and so did the town's information they provided in the breakdown of the financials. It didn't include those, you know, the rink, fitness center. They were separate.
All right. Now, Mr. Chambers, did you have any concerns with respect to grass cutting charges that were put forward to the county from the town?
Yeah, actually, part of the ad hoc or rec board, we were looking at different costs, and we seen there had grass cutting for the town, which we were cost sharing to the tune of approximately $130,000. And so looking at this and looking, you know, at my background and my staff here was like, it just seemed a lot of money. And so the town agreed to put some, with like going forward, they would do some checking as far as, or what's the word, not checking, but they would actually capture some of the breakdowns, because in their budgeting, they said they weren't able to break down the costs. So then later they did provide information, and they'd done some tracking. That was the word I was stumbling on. They did some tracking, and they brought it down to $50-something thousand. So it come down from 130 to 50. And so when they provided the breakdown or the calculations for the operating costs, our share, it went down from 130 to 50, but they'd been doing that 130 for years before. But for 2020 calculation, they brought it down.
Now, Mr. Chambers, in the course of your answer, you indicated that the town told you they had no means by which to track who is mowing what lawns. Is that my understanding correct?
Other way they would, yeah, they hadn't got, yeah, they couldn't. So that $130,000 mowing was an estimate.
Were you not aware that they have detailed time tickets with codes? And if somebody works 15 minutes in a lawn in the corner, they could record who it is, what piece of equipment it is, what field it is, and tell you a precise number? No one tell you that?
No. Well, they did. They said they did the tracking, but I don't know to what extent that tracking changed. I don't know.
and a bill for $130,000 was reduced to 57.
50 something.
Mr. Chambers, those are my questions, and I'm quite sure my colleague, Ms. Becker Brooks, is going to have some questions for you.
Thank you. Are you ready to proceed, Ms. Becker Brooks, or would you like a few minutes before you start?
You know what, if I could have, maybe we could take the morning break now, and I have to have a few minutes before I start. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, fine. So we'll take 15 minutes.
Thanks.
Great. One of the
Hey, Madam Court Reporter. Okay, please proceed, Ms. Becker Brooks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chambers, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you okay.
Okay, great, thank you. So the first thing I'm going to take you to is the farmer municipal inspection report. So my associate here will share that with you. And you indicated that you had reviewed this document a number of times over the years, and that the inspection occurred right when you had moved over to the county. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the municipal inspection is something that is directed by the minister under the Municipal Government Act, where a petition is received from ratepayers. Is that correct?
that's my understanding, yes.
And you took us through a couple of the paragraphs in there with Mr. Wilson. So maybe we'll just flip to the end here, which is page 51 of the report. So you would agree that a municipal inspection is looking at a number of different issues in the municipality that are of concern, and it wasn't limited to just recreation spending. Is that right?
Yep. So
recreation spending was just one of the issues that the inspector was looking at out of a 55-page document.
Yep.
Okay. So if we look at the second bullet point on this page, the second sentence in the second bullet point provides the inspector looked at 6 counties of populations comparable to Brazo County, all of which had a town falling within their boundaries with a population comparable to the town of Drayton Valley. So that sentence would indicate that the criteria which Mr. Farmer relied upon was population. Would you agree?
I guess, yeah.
And when we get down to the next section of bullets, sorry, maybe that middle paragraph there. Mr. Wilson, I believe, took you through this, the indication that based on our assessment, Brazo County is providing a substantially higher level of per capita recreation transfers to the town of Drayton Valley than would be considered normal based on comparable municipalities. When you reviewed that report, you noted that paragraph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you reviewed it, did you also then review the 3 bullet points after this paragraph, which indicated that despite this contribution, the county was in a strong financial position, and that the amount of intermunicipal transfers being provided to the town did not appear to be a hardship for county residents? You read that as well, correct?
Yep.
And you indicated that after you read this report, it raised concerns for you with respect to the amount that the county was contributing to the town for recreation fees. That a correct assessment of what you said?
Yes.
And you indicated that as a result of that, you did a bit of a survey to some other municipalities to see how much they were contributing, right?
Yes.
And that was 2 years later, right?
I can't remember the exact time, but yeah, approximately, yeah.
Okay, well, if it refreshes your memory, we were looking at the chart that was the one dealing only with Lacombe and the Rocky Mountain House from 2017 And that was presented to the ad hoc meeting in 2018, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So it was about 2 years later.
Okay, yeah.
And do you remember when in 2018 you undertook contacting Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House to, sorry, I believe you said you got that information from their websites, right? Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House?
Some of the information I had to get directly and some from their website.
Do you remember when in 2018 you did that?
No, I couldn't say no.
Okay, so if you presented it at the meeting in October of 2018, do you remember if it was a couple months before, or it would have had to have been after 2017, right?
Yes.
So even though you had concerns as a result of the municipal inspection by Mr. Farmer in 2016, you didn't actually do anything about it for 2 years.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't until we sort of started the ad hoc committee that I started looking. Yes.
And after the farmer inspection report came out, did you contact Mr. Farmer to find out which comparable municipalities he used?
No.
So maybe now we can look at Exhibit 3, which is the Omiflex benchmark report prepared by Mr. Farmer in January of 2021. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. When did this document, when was it provided to you?
First time I seen it was when we went through mediation.
And what was your understanding about the town's role in requesting that report?
I don't know. First time I seen it was at mediation. So
Okay, so the first time you saw it was at mediation. Did you have any notice before then that the report was being prepared by Farmer and Associates?
yeah, I was told that they were having Russell Farmer do this. Yes, but I never saw it until the mediation. Yeah.
And did you receive that information during a recreation board meeting or in some other situation?
I know. I believe, but I thought Annette told me, but I can't remember how I received the information, but I was aware of it.
You were aware it was being prepared?
Yep.
And you were given the opportunity to speak to Mr. Farmer about the report when he was preparing it. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, he phoned me. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when he phoned you?
I don't have the date right here. No. So,
But it was before the report was
yes.
finalized.
Yes. Yeah.
And you had the opportunity to express to Mr. Farmer your concerns about the what you viewed as high contribution to the town for recreation services, correct?
Yes.
And you had the opportunity then when you, sorry, did you just have one call with Mr. Farmer?
Sorry, and I hear you, but I'm still struggling. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Did you just have the one call with Mr. Farmer?
Yeah, I believe it's just one call. Yes. Yeah.
And during that call, you had the opportunity to share with him your concerns, correct?
Yes.
And you had the opportunity during that call to share with him the comparables that you had gathered with respect to contributions to recreation facilities, correct?
I can't recall all the conversation. I may have or I may not have. I can't say either way.
But you spoke to him and he was giving you the opportunity to contribute information that he would take into consideration.
I know we had a conversation and you're correct when you said about, express how high it was. I can't go beyond that. I know I told him, yes, it was, we were concerned.
You don't recall if you told him about the comparables that you had obtained from nearby municipalities?
I can't say either way. I may or may not have. I can't recall.
But you knew the purpose of him calling you was to get your input on a benchmark study on the Omiflex.
Yes.
And then you first saw that report in the course of the mediation earlier this year.
Yes.
So maybe we'll take you to Exhibit 3, which is the, oh, it's right there, sorry, Omiflex benchmark study, and we'll roll down. You've had a chance to review it?
I've seen it. Yes.
Read it, okay. So if we could scroll down, Bethany. Okay, so just in this first paragraph here, under the words chosen comparables, if you had the opportunity to review the report, then you would be familiar with this first paragraph, which provides as follows. To provide a reasonable benchmark for the Omiflex's amenities, usage statistics, and financial information, our consultants looked at a set of 4 comparable facilities within Alberta, specifically focusing on those facilities with an equivalent variety of amenities, large enough to provide services to surrounding municipalities. So you were aware of that statement in the report?
Yes.
And it's been pointed out before, he refers to a set of 4 comparables, and then he seems to provide 5 in the chart that follows. But you would agree that that statement is that the basis upon which he identified comparable facilities was whether they had an equivalent variety of amenities. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't agree with his statement, but yeah, I agreed that's what he was saying. Yes.
So you agree that that's what he's saying, that what he looked at is which municipalities have an equivalent variety of amenities in order to determine his comparables.
Yeah, I disagree with his comparables, but yes, he said that the populations were off. You know, he had one that had a swimming pool, didn't even have a hockey rink. And I thought, how can you compare that? And it seemed like he included swimming pools in a lot of his. 3 of them had pools, and population tri-leisure 34,000. You know, I couldn't understand that.
Okay, so if we look at the next page, when we look at the identification of the facilities in the Omniplex, this report by Mr. Farmer is including all of the facilities within the Omniplex building. Would you agree?
Say that again. Sorry, my mind was somewhere else. Keep going. Sorry, say it again.
So in the 5th column under Omniplex, there's check marks next to the facility services and amenities. So would you agree that for this report that Mr. Farmer did, he was actually looking at the whole building, so including the curling rink and the 2 arenas and the concession and everything in there, right?
Yeah, and I found that strange because, you know, it's got swimming pool in his benchmark. I couldn't understand all this stuff. Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
So previously, when you had talked about your chart from 2017 and your chart from 2020,
Yes.
You were just looking at the twin arenas, you said.
Yes.
But here in Omniplex, he's including everything in the bill.
Yes.
So you would agree then that the first Farmer report, which was the inspection, the comparables, which he doesn't identify, were based on comparable populations, right?
Yes.
And this Farmer report, which is specific to recreation funding with respect to the Omniplex, is focused on similar amenities, correct?
It had, well, I wouldn't say they were similar because the tri-leisure is far from similar. It's so big.
Okay, so we'll go back up to the top of the page before. I'm not saying if you think they're similar or not. I'm asking if that he identified in his report how he picked comparables was based on an equivalent variety of amenities. That's how he identified choosing the comparables. Is that correct?
That's what he said. I disagree, but yes.
And the municipal inspection report came out in 2016, and this report came out in 2021. So 5 years difference, right?
Yep.
And you would agree that during that 5 years was when the Municipal Government Act was modernized to bring in the requirement that neighboring municipalities entered into ICFs, correct?
ICFs, yep.
So when the municipal inspection report was prepared, there actually was not an obligation to enter into ICFs, right?
Yep, I don't know many that don't contribute, but yes,
But since the requirement to enter into ICFs was added to the Municipal Government Act, all urbans and urbans and rurals were required to go back, look at what agreements they had in place, and revisit those shared services, right?
yes.
So maybe if we can go to the June and July rec board minutes now. It's 22 and 23, isn't it? Somewhere around there. Okay, so I'm showing you the minutes from the June 25th Recreation Board meeting. The first question I just wanted to ask you is that you indicated the minutes were prepared by Annette Drayton, and that's right?
Yes,
And Annette would circulate the minutes from a previous meeting prior to the current meeting so that people could review them and advise if they required any amendments, right?
yes,
You always had the opportunity to review the minutes from the previous meeting and raise any concerns with respect to those minutes, right?
yes, yes,
And with respect to the agenda, you indicated there was an agenda for every meeting. Was it your understanding that Annette would work with the chair, Councillor Heinrich from Brazo County, to prepare that agenda?
yes,
So if we go down in the minutes and we scroll to this capital projects issue, and that's at 4.2, you indicated that you raised this issue after seeing the detailed financial statements, and it was, did you say it was only as a result of that the town agreed to address the problem?
yes.
Were you aware that the auditors had also identified the issue?
I can't comment on it, you know. I just know that the town had prepared, this is your contribution, you know, these are the details of $1,046,000. And they'd had this capital in it, and you know, they already presented it to us. We got it, you know, after they'd presented that, I found this over, you know, the capital and the operating combined. And that's where we got a refund on it, right?
Okay. And so they raised it, and so you raised it as a result of seeing the detailed financials and a
Yep.
result, and as, sorry, yes?
Yes,
And as a result of that, there was a motion to revise it and fix the issue by refunding that contribution to capital, correct?
that's correct.
And you mentioned during your testimony just a little bit earlier that you actually had to kind of push Annette to include this in the minutes. Is that a correct summarization?
Yes,
Okay, now there's a motion here to address the issue. And that motion shows in the minutes that a motion was made by member Donna Wiltsey that town treasury provide a revised statement of confirmation of reallocations and 2020 carryovers for these two CPs for 2019. Are you suggesting that there were motions made at board meetings that wouldn't be included in the minutes?
not motions, no. But I know that when these minutes first came out, they didn't capture everything. I had to argue to make sure it was more detailed. It was kind of like a overview.
When you say argue, you made the request and she changed it? Is that accurate?
Not without a heated discussion, no.
And when was that heated discussion?
I can't say the date, but it was after we came out, after the minutes came out, I'd asked for a change. Like, can we have, more detail in there to actually capture what had actually transpired?
So you said the first time that you got the detailed financial transactions was prior to this meeting. So prior to June of 2020, is that right?
Yes,
And since then, you have received all of the detailed transactions from 2019, 2020, and 2021 to date, right?
yes.
Now, with respect to this reimbursement that was received for the contribution towards the capital amount, that was around $40,000, you said?
40 something, yes,
And that was reimbursed to the county.
yes.
And as that was reimbursed to the county, what it was, the double accounting that was being concerned was that it would also be included in the $1,046,000 that would be your contribution towards the operating, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in fact, the county didn't ever pay the $1,046,000. They actually paid less than half of that.
Yes,
Okay, so if we can pull up the October 2018 minutes that have the 2017 comparable chart, please. Okay, so you testified a little bit earlier that you prepared this chart in order to, I guess, try and provide some more concrete information about what you viewed as higher expenditures to the town of Drayton Valley by Brazo County. Would that be accurate?
yeah, what had happened is when I provided the county comparables, it showed that Brazo County was paying higher. So at the board there, they were saying, can you look at, why that is, and so I looked at arenas and pools, and one of the areas I found seemed like the arena Omiflex was higher than other places.
So sorry, who asked you to look at why it's higher?
At rec board, it was a discussion. They said, can you try and look and see why that, the county's contribution, compared to others is higher. So I decided to look at arenas and pools. I dug a little deeper, and this was a result of that.
And you said some of this information you got from websites and some of this information you got from calling and asking.
Yeah, directly, yeah.
And why did you choose, you mentioned before that you chose Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House because they had similar populations.
Well, because they had a twin arena, so to compare, try and get as close as we can to comparable. There were similar populations, and they were central Alberta, and it was trying to get the information was difficult. At this time, I could only get Lacombe and Rocky Mountain House.
So, do you know the population of Lacombe?
No, I don't. I know it's, well, now it's a city, but no, I don't know what it is now.
Because I think my understanding is the population of Lacombe is over 13,000. Would that be something that you disagree with?
I can't say yes or no. I don't know what the population is. So.
But you said you chose comparables which had twin arenas close by with similar populations.
Yeah, they were central Alberta and they were twin arenas, yes.
was a similar population at criteria?
Yep, tried to do that. Yep,
So you would have looked at the populations at the time?
yes, but I can't recall them. Yeah.
And Rocky Mountain House, I presume that's one of the ones you would have chosen because you had familiarity with it as well.
And because it was very similar population, Twin Arena. Yeah, it is similar. Yes, and ad familiar. Yeah, I could get that information.
You worked at Rocky Mountain House. Do they have a union?
No, they don't.
Okay. Does Lacombe have a union?
I couldn't say.
You didn't ask that question?
No, uni I didn't bring into. I didn't ask that. No.
So you were at the town of Rocky Mountain House in a similar role that Ms. Dreesen's in right now at the city. Did Rocky Mountain House have, my understanding is Rocky Mountain House has a cost sharing agreement with Clearwater County. That's correct, right?
Yep, they did. Yeah, when I was there. Yep, yep.
And that for recreation services, they share the costs of the facilities and the services 50-50. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you chose Rocky Mountain House because you thought it was a comparable, because it had twin arenas and a similar size and was central Alberta, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Rocky Mountain House has an agreement with its surrounding rural municipality where they share recreation costs 50-50.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we could just scroll down to the next page. So you mentioned earlier that when you looked at the 2017 swimming pool numbers, that you actually I can't remember. Was it with respect to the 2017 chart that you did, or with respect to the 2020 chart that you did with comparables, where you reached the conclusion that swimming pools were actually pretty much in line with these other municipalities?
I believe it was 17.
So when you, the document that's up before you right now, when you concluded that review, you reached the conclusion that swimming pools were pretty much in line with Lacombe and Rocky Mountain.
Yes.
And I notice here at the bottom, you have next to Lacombe 3 asterisks, and it says pool wages include wages from other departments. So I presume this is information that was provided to you by Lacombe to indicate that, you know, our salary number actually includes portions of some of our salaried employees, right? They provided that information to you?
Yes.
Did you ever ask for this information from the town, the extent to which portions of salaried employees' salaries were attributed to the pool or attributed to the Omiflex in your other chart?
We took it from the website, and so when I presented it, I was never corrected that it was otherwise.
Okay, so my question was, did you ask the town if salaried employees who were involved in managing those facilities had portions of their salaries included in the total salaries and wages for the pool or for Omiflex? Did you ask that question of the town?
Like Lacombe and some other places, it didn't phone. We took them right. I took it right off the website, so or from the information I got. So I didn't have a conversation. Right.
Okay, so did you have the conversation with anybody from Drayton Valley?
No.
And during this time, you were attending ad hoc committee meetings to talk about recreation issues once a month, right? No, sorry, I take that back.
Sorry?
Not once a month, every couple months.
Yeah.
But you also had meetings directly with Ms. Dreesen as kind of equivalent positions in the 2 municipalities.
Yes, they were monthly. Yeah.
Okay, can we just scroll down a little bit more? So in addition to the 2017 actual numbers, that was 2 pages ago. You also prepared this report with operating budget numbers, correct?
Yeah, I was asked to do both, so.
I think you would agree that actual numbers are a more accurate representation of what occurred than budgeted numbers, wouldn't you?
Yep. Except if you have COVID, I guess, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that would demonstrate what some things you can't anticipate, I think.
Yes.
And with respect to the operating budgets for the 2018 for the Twin Arena, this was information which led to your belief that the salaries and wages for the Omiflex were higher than these other municipalities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you, as a result of this, also concerned about the other operating expenses being higher than the other 2 municipalities, or 3? Oh no, we've included 4 on this one, the other 4 municipalities?
That was a concern, yeah, the expenses as well as the salary, wages and benefits, yes.
And did you ask any questions of the ad hoc committee or any questions of Annette related to the total revenues for the Twin Arenas for Drayton Valley?
Like I said before, it was taken off the website, no.
But you would agree that the total revenues in Drayton Valley are actually almost $300,000 higher than the average for the other 4 municipalities, correct?
Well, the total revenues included the contribution from the county too, so that's why it looks so high.
Okay. Has the contributions from the surrounding rural municipalities been included in Lacombe, Pinoka, Olds, and Rocky Mountain House as well?
Say that again, had the
contributions from the surrounding rural municipalities being included in total revenues for the other municipalities as well?
Yep, yes, it did.
So for Lacombe, for example, we can see that the total revenues for Drayton Valley are almost $300,000 higher than Lacombe. That's correct?
Yeah, you're talking about 579, 882, that number you mean?
Yes. And that the difference in contribution is substantially greater than that between Drayton Valley and Lacombe.
Yep.
We just scroll down some more. That is good for that one. So maybe we can look at the 2020 comparables. So now Bethany's just going to pull up the kind of more comprehensive chart that you presented to the board in 2020. Actually, before we get to that, I think we don't need to go back to the other document, but maybe I'll just ask a couple more questions about when you presented those 2017 actuals and 2018 budgeted in 2018 to the ad hoc committee. Did you identified obviously that this substantiated your concerns about the Twin Arenas expenses being higher than the other municipalities, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask for additional information from the county, from the town, about why those expenses were higher?
Did I ask them, say that again, ask them what?
Did you ask the town to provide you with information to show why those expenses were higher?
Well, this was presented. I know when I presented this, it was kind of like, oh, okay. And then, you know, we looked at different, I didn't ask the question as far as why, no.
So you didn't ask why they're higher?
Well, it was like, well, yes, we did, I guess. It's like, what, well, why are they so high? We don't understand why, you know.
Was there any motion made to request the town to provide information?
There may have been, I mean, that's what it was, insurance. We talked about this a lot, so we may have asked that, we may not, I can't recall. But I can't recall, but we had a concern. I know that, you know, it was a concern.
But you can't remember if you asked or not.
No.
Okay, so now let's look at this chart from 2020. And you indicated before that this was a chart that you prepared, correct?
Yes,
That you researched and obtained the information to fill in the squares. Yes?
yes,
And you, would it be correct to say it was similar to the 2018 chart where you got some information from websites and asked for some information from these municipalities?
yes,
And presumably, because it's the same for municipalities, you chose these municipalities because they were of a similar population in central Alberta with a twin arena. Is that the criteria?
yes.
Okay, so if we can look at, and somebody's highlighted this at the bottom, with respect to Drayton Valley. So if we look at Drayton Valley's 2017 actuals, for total expenses, what's that number there?
1,578,000.
And if we go above that, what was the average that you calculated for 2017 actuals for total expenses?
712,391.
So that would show that Drayton Valley's actuals for total expenses was more than twice as much as the average.
Yes.
So looking at the column of total expenses, which municipalities reported 2017 actuals? So total expenses, 2017 actuals.
Rocky Mountain House and Lacombe.
Okay, so if we took the average of Rocky Mountain House and Lacombe, that wouldn't be 712,391, would it?
Yeah, probably not.
Well, I'm not great at math, but I do know that two numbers over 1 million won't add up to a number under 1 million. So,
So it looks like there's a mistake there, yes.
okay, so that's a mistake with respect to the total expenses in 2017. And I've done the math. I added together 1,826 plus 1,023,000 divided by 2 actually gives me 1,424,000. So 1,424,000 compared to 1,578,000 isn't a significant difference
On that year, yeah.
on that year. Okay. So Lacombe, you indicated, has twin arenas. You said you didn't know the population. They don't have a union, correct?
I couldn't say, yeah.
For Ponoka, do you know the population?
I couldn't tell you a lot of these popular, well, I know Ponoka and, you know, I recall Ponoka and Olds being similar to Drayton and Rocky. So,
Now, my understanding is that Ponoka has a twin arena, an outdoor rink, 6 curling rinks, a lounge, a racquetball, squash court, and a meeting room. Do you know if those numbers are included in the Panoka number, or did you separate out just the Twin Arena operating costs?
When I was doing this, it was just to isolate just the Twin Arena. I know Panoka is a union, I know that. I mean,
Okay, Panoka has a union. What about Olds? Does
I couldn't
Olds-
say.
You said you couldn't say?
The only reason I know Panoka has a union just because I used to deal with Panoka, and I know it came up in discussions in years past. That's the reason I know they have, but when I was doing this survey, it never came in, to look at that.
So if we look at the averages for 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, so the box second from the bottom. For 2017, we had actuals only for 2 out of the 4 municipalities, correct?
Yes, yeah,
For your average for 2018, you've included actuals from 2 municipalities and budgeted from 2 municipalities. You've combined them and treated them as the same, right?
and whatever information I could get at that time, yeah.
And for 2019, again, there's a mix between actual numbers and budgeted numbers, right?
Yes.
When you calculated the averages, did you include Drayton Valley?
No, the averages are separated at the bottom, yeah.
Okay, so when you calculated the averages, you did it based just on the other 4 municipalities. You didn't include Drayton Valley in that number.
That's right.
And as a result of preparing this, you indicated earlier that you reached the same conclusion that you did in 2017, which was that the total expenses were higher than the comparable average for Drayton Valley, right?
The salaries and total, yes,
Okay, so that was going to be my next question, that really the difference is in the column of salary, wages, and benefits.
yes.
And did you ask the town for specific information about either the collective agreement? Did you ask them for copies of the collective agreement to review?
No,
Did you ask them for a breakdown of which management positions had time attributed to the arena?
no,
All right, so let's go down to the next page. Let's actually go to the next one. I don't have any questions on this page. So for the swimming pool operating costs, when we were talking about the chart that you did in 2018, you agreed that the conclusion was that the swimming pool operating costs were not inconsistent with these other municipalities. Would you reach the
Yep.
same conclusion?
Yep. Yes,
Right, next page. Okay, so the previous 2 charts that you prepared were focused on looking at operating costs of what you deem to be comparable facilities, correct?
yes,
Okay, so are you the author of this section of the report as well?
yes, I am, yeah.
And my understanding is the purpose of this report was for you to demonstrate how the amount Brazo County was contributing towards rec services in other municipalities compared to other rural municipalities, right?
That's correct, yes.
And how did you choose the comparable municipalities here?
They were the ones that are around Brazo County.
So you would agree that Leduc County, Sturgeon County, and Parkland County are all within the capital region, right?
And so you'll have to, when you say capital region, that means of Edmonton? Is that, sorry, is that what you mean? Sorry.
Yes, that they're part of the Edmonton Municipal Region Board. I have that wrong. Edmonton Capital Region. Edmonton Regional Municipal Board. They changed their name about a year ago, but they're part of a regional management board that is the capital region, right?
I'm sorry, that's new information to me. I'm not familiar with that. Sorry. When you say the capital, it's first time I've heard that. I mean, I've heard, I didn't know what that meant or that encompasses. I don't know.
Okay, so were you not aware then that municipalities that are part of the capital region board are not required to enter into ICFs?
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that information.
So if we look at Leduc County, you have on the left-hand side, the total contribution for Leduc County, right?
Sorry, where are you now? Sorry.
On the top left-hand side where it says Leduc County.
Okay, yeah,
So it says Leduc County, that's total contribution, population, and then per capita. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And then on the right-hand side, on the right-hand side of the page, you've identified the municipalities that they contribute to, correct?
yes.
But it would not include any contributions to the capital region, Edmonton and the surrounding areas.
Again, I said what you're talking about right now, not familiar with, so, yeah.
Does Leduc County have a comparable population to Brazo County?
Does Leduc, and this wasn't based on population, it was just who surround us, so it wasn't based on population.
Would you agree that if you took the total contribution and you divided it by a lower population, the per capita would go up?
Yes,
So if you were to take Leduc County's number and divide it by the around 78,000 in Brazo County, the per capita would actually go up.
yes, yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
And would you agree that your note here says Leduc County per capita costs regionally based on the urban center in the area, which typically averages 160 to 170 per capita? So what does that note mean?
Sorry, I can't see the whole, I can't see the right-hand part of the sheet.
Should we move it left or right?
To my left, or,
Can you scroll it over? Can you see it now?
okay, so you go ahead with your question again, you said,
What does that note mean?
and which note you're saying?
As note, Leduc County calculates per capita cost regionally based on the urban center, blah, blah, blah. What does that mean?
This is just, it's sort of not mine, it's just what we got from them, so we just included it in there.
Okay, so. My understanding is that this says the per capita costs typically are 160 to 170 per capita. Is that what it means to you?
I didn't know what to make of it. It was just, they provided it, included it.
Leduc County's located directly next to the city of Edmonton, correct?
Yes,
So anybody who lives in Leduc County can easily access any of the recreational facilities that are provided within the city of Edmonton.
yeah, the striking distance, you mean, yeah.
Okay. You note here that Clearwater County also has a population that's significantly higher than Brazo County. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that if you took the total amount and divided it by Brazo County's population, the per capita would be substantially higher than that.
Yep.
So you've highlighted in here county cost sharing average, and that the total cost sharing average of these municipalities that you've identified is $818,000, correct?
Yes,
And you divided it then by the average population to come up with a per capita amount of 5849, correct?
Yeah, that's
And that
correct.
was, okay, and that was the number that county council adopted in 2020 when it decided to reduce its funding to the town. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
So if we just go on to the next page here. If we look at the county of Wetaskiwin, it appears that it contributes to two municipalities, the city of Wetaskiwin and the town of Millen. Is that what your report shows?
Yes,
Do you know what recreation services are available in the city of Wetaskiwin?
when I did this, I didn't, it was just purely no, I don't know.
Do you know what rec services are available in the town of Millen?
No,
But you would agree that what rec services and facilities are provided will impact the cost, right?
yeah, this was just purely per capita going on the original farmer's report, comparing.
What do you mean by going on the original farmer's report?
Well, Russell Farmer, when he came up with that per capita amount, he said he compared 6 counties, in that area. So I was trying to reciprocate, or not reciprocate, but trying to duplicate what he did, see those findings.
Well, we can go back to that first farmer report, but what he said, if I recall, is that he picked 6 municipalities with similar populations. Would you disagree?
He said, what did he say? Yeah, 6 counties with population comparable to Brazo County. Yes, he did, yeah.
Okay, so of the municipalities that you identify on this page, the county of Wetaskiwin, Sturgeon County, Parkland County, and Yellowhead County, they all have populations at least 50% greater than the population of Brazo County.
They had different populations, yes. These were picked just because they surround Brazo County. They weren't hand-picked ones. They were just, these are directly around it. That's why I chose them. I didn't want to go hand-picking different ones.
Sturgeon County, you would agree, is right next to the city of Edmonton, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
And that your chart on the right-hand side doesn't show any contributions that Sturgeon County might make to the city of Edmonton.
Right.
And Parkland County is also right next to the city of Edmonton on the west, correct?
Yep, yes.
And the chart on the right-hand side doesn't show any contributions to the city of Edmonton.
And these are just operating costs, not capital costs. I want to point that out.
Right. But your chart on the right doesn't show any contributions for operating or capital to the city of Edmonton, correct?
Yep.
And did you, during your research, get any information about the recreational services that are available in any of the municipalities listed on the right-hand side in bold? Sorry,
No.
the right-hand side in bold.
No,
And Yellowhead County has a population greater than Brazo County, correct?
11,000, about.
And underneath Yellowhead County, it indicates that there were no operational costs included for 2020 with respect to the pool, correct?
Say that again. What did you just say about?
Your note under Yellowhead County
Okay, Yellowhead. Yes.
says that there were no operational costs for 2020 for the pool.
Okay, yep, that's the note. Yep.
And you don't have any information about what facilities are available in Hinton or Edson.
No.
And under the County of Wetaskiwin, on the left-hand side at the top, and under Sturgeon County on the left-hand side, you indicate that both of those municipalities were in the process of negotiating ICFs. Is that right?
Yes. And it was just to show that numbers could change.
But would you agree with me that the requirement to enter into an ICF and the ICF negotiations that came out of that generally resulted in rurals contributing more to urbans?
I couldn't, honestly, I could not say that. I haven't seen any of the results of those.
Okay, so let's carry on to the September Recreation Board minutes. So you were present at this Recreation Board meeting in September of 2020, right?
Yes,
And is this when you presented the charts that we were just looking at?
yes, I did, yes.
And would you have provided those to Annette ahead of time to attach to an agenda to be circulated to all the members?
I can't say yes or no on that one.
Okay. So if we scroll down a little bit. Sorry, up a little bit. So it was at this meeting that the town provided the final numbers that resulted in the 1,046,000 number. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And at the previous meeting, they had addressed the double accounting with respect to that $40,000. So that was addressed in here, right?
Yeah, that already been addressed, yeah.
And in the minutes here, it indicates that, I think along the lines of what you and I have been discussing this morning, the Park Valley pool approximates average deficits for other pools. However, the Omniplex's deficit is of notice. And was that the conclusion that you reached with respect to your report that you prepared?
Yes,
And during this meeting, did the town raise concerns about comparing facilities?
they brought concerns about, does it have a fitness center? Does it have the arena? But they didn't. That was the concerns that the town had. But my numbers didn't have those in them.
So they raised those concerns, right?
Yes,
And did they ask you to go back and find more information to answer those questions?
I recall Jennifer Fancy was going to bring some numbers that isolated just the Omniplex, but it found out that that was kind of redundant, didn't need to do that. I remember that, but so I can't say they said that or not. So
Okay. You don't remember if they asked you to answer their questions about the comparisons that you brought forward?
well, I just remember them asking, I'm going to repeat myself, about curling club and fitness centers, but they didn't include that.
They asked you about those things at that meeting.
Yes,
And then the result of the conversation was a motion by Councillor Ballas to recommend that for 2020, the cost sharing be 50-50 on the 1,046,000. Is that correct?
yes,
And then the second part of that motion was that the Recreation Board would continue to investigate how increased efficiencies and increased revenues will occur. Is that correct?
Yes,
Because the board had been working on that from the very beginning. That was part of its mandate, right?
yeah. So this was to take back to our respective councils, yeah, councils.
So then this recommendation went back to each of the councils, and we know that county council did not accept this recommendation and instead passed a motion to pay $58.46, I think.
49 cents, yep.
49 cents, okay. So I had sent a document to council SEL on the other side, and the arbitrator just a little while ago with some minutes that I'd like you to take a look at. So these are council minutes from that meeting where council considered the recommendation by the board to adopt the 50-50 on the $1,046,000. Were you at that meeting?
Ms. Becker-Brooks, I'm just wondering if I can get you to pause for a moment because I haven't actually seen the document that you apparently sent to me. So let me just get that.
Sure.
Thank you. I have it now.
Okay, sir. So we seek to have this entered as an exhibit. It's minutes from a council meeting of Brazo County. So it's a public document that's been taken from their website.
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
I was just telling you what it was and that we were seeking to have it entered as an exhibit.
Okay. Thank you. Any objection, Mr. Wilson?
There. Oh, I can't hear Mr. Wilson. I still can't hear Mr. Wilson. Can't hear the arbitrator.
Are you? Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you.
Now, my only concern is the witness has testified that the discussion about the cost sharing was in a closed session. I haven't seen these notes until moments ago, and I note 6 pages in, beside it, a topic reading recreation and cultural cost sharing between the town of Drayton Valley and Brazo County. And on the margin, the document says closed session. So with respect, I'm not sure this document, I have no idea how my friend got it. Knowing my friend, I'm sure it was entirely appropriate and ethical in every way. But I'm not sure that this minute that my friend is attempting to introduce came from a closed session and ought not to be in the public domain.
So, sir, these are minutes of the public council meeting. They're from their website, from Brazo County's website. That's where it's downloaded from. While councils will go in camera during portions of the meeting, that will be identified in the minutes as the fact that they went in camera and the reason for going in camera. But these minutes only reflect what occurred during the public portion of the meeting.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your concerns, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'm just simply looking at the words on the document that say closed session. And my friend says, well, you'll identify going in camera. Someone has identified this as a closed session. and I'm not sure that's a public document.
Well, your friend says that she got it off your client's website.
Yep, and I don't mean to go into a long diatribe on this, sir, but we do know from assertions of privilege and waiver of privilege that you have to intend to waive the privilege before privilege is waived. And that, of course, is the Ed Miller and Caterpillar litigation, where Justice Walkowicz actually took a document that was handed off at a discovery, exchanged by a number of counsel, and notwithstanding that a number of counsel had the document, the party did not intend to waive the privilege, and everybody had to destroy the report that was exchanged and were told to purge their mind. I don't know that this was a closed session. I just know my friend has given me a document that says it's a closed session. And I don't know if anybody at the Brazo County intended for this minute to be released. I don't know that.
Sir, perhaps we could take a break and my friend could discuss this with his clients. This is from their website. This is how municipal council's minutes would be disclosed in the usual course, which is that when they go into closed session, there's nothing reported in the minutes because that is confidential. And then when they come out of closed session, they pass a motion, and the motion is public because of course motions can't be passed during the closed session. So there's nothing in these minutes which discloses what was discussed during the closed portion of the meeting. And I'm well aware of the confidential requirements with respect to closed sessions, and I wouldn't, of course, ask Mr. Chambers to disclose anything during that period of time. But when we talk about solicitor-client privilege and we talk about the confidential nature of closed sessions of a council, those are two totally different things. So I'm happy to allow some time. I am absolutely satisfied that there is nothing in this document that ought not to be disclosed. But I guess I would leave it with you, sir, to decide how best to deal with that.
Thank you for that. I think it's a good idea if we do take a few moments, appreciating that Mr. Wilson has just seen this document in the last few minutes and probably hasn't had the opportunity to get instructions from his client on it. So why don't we take 5 or 10 minutes? Or do you want to take,
Sir,
I see it's 5:12. I'm wondering, do you want to take the lunch break at this time?
I wonder if we take the lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. I'm not sure Mr. Mccary is going to be able to help me, just having regard to how long he's been at the county, but I will seek instructions over the lunch hour, and I will attempt to address my friend's very legitimate concern to put this document to the witness.
Thank you. Does that, let's break then until 1 o'clock.
That's fine, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Yeah, we contacted the county of Brazo and had a secretary lower Mr. Chambers' blind so his room was sufficiently lit that you could see his face.
Thank you. Were you able to touch base with your client about these minutes and get instructions on your position on them?
Yes, I have, sir. And in part on my learned friend's comments about the process circulating in-camera presentations and then coming out in public, I have no further objection to the document being put to Mr. Chambers.
Thank you very much. Ms. Becker-Brooks, would you like to proceed with or continue with your cross-examination?
I actually only have a couple of questions. So if Bethany can just pull up those minutes, if you could have them entered as Exhibit 4. I believe that's the number we're on. Maybe get down.
Just a minute.
Beyond. Oh no, we're beyond that. I forgot. Maybe 6?
I thought we were at 5. I thought 4 was the document prepared by the offices of DLA Piper.
5.
And so this is 5. I see the court reporter nodding her head.
Okay, sounds good.
That's my understanding as well.
So
All right.
the minutes of the regular council meeting on September 15th of Brazo County Council will become Exhibit 5 in these proceedings.
Okay, so Mr. Chambers, can you still hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, that's good. So this, before you, I have the minutes from the council meeting on September 15th, 2020. Were you present at this meeting? Do you recall?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and if I can just take you through page 6 of this, it shows that you, it doesn't show at the beginning of the minutes that you are present there, but later on it does demonstrate that you joined the closed section at 12:26 to discuss intergovernmental relations, FOIC section 21. Would that be accurate? Is that what you recall?
Yep.
Okay. And then if we switch to page 7, so just scroll down there, at the bottom of the page, we see motion 0715, moved by H. Swan to not accept administration's recommendation and to set the recreation cost sharing to $58.49 per capita for 2020 and moving forward. And if we flip the page, then we see that that was carried. Is that what you recall occurring?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that Councillor Heinrich voted in favor of that motion to not accept the recommendation, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was even though Councillor Heinrich, when he was a member of the Recreation Board, did vote in favor of that recommendation being made to council, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and then if we go up to the motion above it, motion 0714, there was a motion by Councillor Wiltsey that the recreation cost sharing go to $83.43 per capita in 2020 and then down to $58.49 per capita in 2021 and onwards. Do you recall that motion being made?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And it was defeated 4-3. You agree that's what it says in the minutes?
Yes. Yeah, I see.
So that number 5849, which is what council eventually went with, is a number that was in your report, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know where the 8343 came from? Without disclosing anything discussed in camera, as that's confidential.
Well, I presented phasing in, and so that was part of the 83 was phasing it in. So we got down to 58.49. I proposed over a 3-year phase in.
Okay. And so is 8343 like halfway between 50% and 50?
Don't quote me on the numbers. I can't recall. I just remember it was I had a 3-year phase in and being 58.49. I'm not sure where the 83 comes, which one that one is.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask Bethany to pull up your report where the 58.49 number came from. We'll go down to the 3rd page, I think it's on. So I've looked over the pages and you could take some time to do it as well. That 83.43 doesn't show up anywhere on here, does it?
No, it wasn't from there. No.
Nope, those are all my questions, sir. So the arbitrator may have some questions for you.
Before I do, Mr. Wilson, do you have anything arising from Ms. Becker's cross-examination?
I do not.
Okay. I just have a question for clarification, sir. And on the document that you were just being referred to, where your 5849 figure appears,
Yes,
can we get somebody to put that up on the screen?
Yeah, I will.
Can you just briefly take me through the highlighted portion there and how you arrived at the 5849?
you take all the communities above, like you see Clearwater County at 98.97 there per capita. See that one right above it? Are you following me?
Yes, Clearwater County at 98.97, yes.
And then you take Leduc, $100.15.
Yes.
And then you go to the next page of that same document.
Yes, Wetaskiwin, Sturgeon County, Parkland County, and Yellowhead County.
It's an average, like the 3019, the 3460, the 1507, and the 7194. If you average those numbers, you'll come out to 5849.
Okay, so you took the average cost sharing and divided it by the average population and came up with an average per capita?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Anything arising from that? If there's no further questions, then I'd like to thank you very much, sir, for your attendance today and for helping the tribunal in its task.
Thank you.
Mr. Chambers, now that you've testified, if you so choose, you can watch the remainder of the evidence.
Thank you.
Next witness called will be Sean Mccary.
Thank you. Madam Reporter, could you please have Mr. Mccary affirmed? I guess we should move the camera so we can see him.
That's absolutely it. There. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good. Can you see him okay, sir?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Can I get you to raise your right hand? Excuse me, raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters in question with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mccary, can you advise the tribunal what your current position is?
So currently, I'm the interim chief administrative officer for Brazo County.
And how long have you had that position?
I have been employed by Brazo County to take on this role since January 10th of 2021.
And can you advise me and the tribunal as to your education, training, and background?
Okay, so I've been in community services or work in municipal government for probably about 20 years now, originally starting as a lifeguard in an outdoor pool facility. From there, I was also a member of, as a paid on call firefighter as well. And that then time was spent with Yellowhead County. Time was spent then with Parkland County for approximately 7 years there. Afterwards there, I went to the city of Fort Saskatchewan, spent 3.5 years with the city of Fort Saskatchewan, and then now find myself in Brazo County. During that time, I've obtained a diploma through Lakeland College. I have an administration degree from Colorado State University, and also a graduate degree from university in Australia with, I guess the subject matter there is emergency management. Other than that, I've done lots of projects and lots of work within community services throughout my time, and I've been very fortunate to be involved in many, many projects I found very valuable in my time in government.
Mr. Mccary, what was it that you were doing at Parkland County?
So Parkland County, I was with Fire Services within the Community Services Division. Due to the, I guess, the nature of my work and the applicability and I guess the cooperation and relationships I can build, I was also used in a number of other broader scope projects that applied to the whole Community Services Division as well. So I'd say it wasn't just pigeonholed into fire services being very technical, was given a broad scope of many things that touch many areas of our department.
You then moved to Fort Saskatchewan. What did you do there, sir?
My role there was the fire chief and within the senior management team of the city. So again, fortunately was the director of fire services, but again, as a component of the larger division of community services. So as the management team there was worked cross divisional and across department on a number of projects as well.
Now, you started at the Brazo County when?
January of this year, so in 2021.
And to the extent that we're talking about historical events, you do not have personal knowledge?
Correct. I was not, physically present to anything that occurred prior to that January. I've been given extensive briefings by my staff of previous situations, but not physically present or involved in any of the conversations that occurred before January of this year.
All right. Can you give the tribunal an idea of the services shared by the town and Brazo County?
The services that are shared. So I'll start with, I guess, my side of the world first and foremost. We do cooperate progressively in a joint fire services that regionally deals with Brazo County and the town of Drayton Valley. I think there's been a very good collaboration there between both municipalities. We also exchange services with respect to some road maintenance items such as snow plowing, where there's operational efficiencies that can occur between both municipalities. We've been actively trying to engage on the administrative level, and I think we've had some success in our partnership there with respect to emergency management issues for the region. And of course, recreation being the big topic of our discussions here as well. The county and the town have collaborated for many years in relation to the recreation services, whether it be some services offered by the county or services offered by the town. And then a few other facilities I understand, again, we have an agreement with respect to the EPAC facility as well that's noted in the agreements. I'd say those are the big broad topics for sure.
Now, Mr. Mccary, in the course of my friend's very able cross-examination of Mr. Chambers, there was a phrase that since the input of ICFs, the rurals, as that phraseology is used, are going to be paying more. What did you do over the lunch hour as a result of that comment by her?
So over the lunch hour, I just went back and confirmed the numbers that we, I guess the total value that we've given to the town over the last number of years through the recreation agreements. And I've got the numbers from 2011 to 2020, whereas 2011, the county contributed $610,156. In 2012, the county contributed $805,809 to the town. In 2013, $814,689. In 2014, we contributed $825,280. In 2015, there was $872,364. 2016, $833,705. 2017, $889,891. the same value in 2018 for that $889,891. In 2019, which was our most significant investment, is $1,036,000. And then in 2020, with the adjustment, was $454,000 or $584 at the end of that year. So substantially, there's been increases from 11 up until 2019, and that was without an ICF. And so I don't know if I agree with we'll be paying more with the ICFs coming in. I think collaboration between the municipalities defines what contributions and services are expected between each other and how much each partner pays for those.
Mr. Mccary, who or what was the source of the information you accessed over the lunch hour?
So I had a chat with our financial team with respect to call and swap just to confirm the numbers that I was able to speak accurately with them today. Again, we would be able to at any time go in through our budget system as well and verify these dollars to me, just being remote out of the office. I wouldn't have been able to do that at this location, so reached out to Colin just to confirm those numbers so I can speak accurately to them today.
Now, Mr. Mccary, under your leadership with respect to working with the town, what is your mandate?
Mandate with working with the town, I think the vision of council is definitely to be collaborative, where there is a strong commitment to be transparent and successful in our partnerships. We have already this year brought our councils together in a governance session, a joint governance session as part of their orientation training. We look forward to bringing them again as an invite from the town to us to join our emergency management training as well for the elected officials. So I think there's positive collaboration and a positive outlook from our council upon our relationship with the town.
Now, Mr. Mccary, you made a reference to transparency. What are you referring to?
Transparency would be willing, in my mind, transparency is being open and honest. And let's say one of the approaches that I take in government, and I take this from a statement from a Colin Powell, that his approach to was, when I get a question from someone, it's always, thank you for asking, here's all the information. So I take the approach where I have no intention to hide anything, and you ask me a question, I'm just gonna lay everything out to you as a fact, and just take that as that. So, and I think when in our conversations with the town is we hope that both parties are committed to being able to show anything and everything in relation to the topic, just so everyone can get the facts and make their most informed decisions on that information.
Now, has the Brazo County entered into any other ICFs with any municipalities?
Yes, so again, with the provincial mandate of establishing ICFs, we have an agreement with everyone that we border, which would include Parkland County, Yellowhead County, Clearwater County, the County of Wetaskiwin, Leduc County. I believe that is all of our border, and then anyone internal as well, which would include the village of Breton and the town of Drayton Valley, of course, but waiting for the conclusion of this that we can solidify what the ICF looks like.
Now, Mr. Mccary, you've had the advantage to sit through much of the evidence here and the financial downturn. Can you advise the tribunal as to some of the impacts that the financial downturn or economic downturn has had on Brazo County?
Yes, so as discussed in 2014, the oil field industry or the oil and gas industry took a significant hit. And as seen over many, many years of the up and down, that has occurred in the province of Alberta. Brazo County's lifeblood is, of course, going to be oil and gas, or is oil and gas. So every time the roller coaster comes on the steep decline down, Brazo County, and including the town of Drayton Valley, are hit probably one of the hardest hit areas in the province for that impact, because everything is oil and gas in our area. So with the impact of that, we did see a substantial change in the economy in Drayton Valley and in Brazo County. So yeah, we would see an impact of loss of businesses, people moving away, anything like that that's a result of the downturn in the economy. Definitely the oil and gas direct producers and the indirect say service side of it that supports the direct producers is impacted substantially with those downturns.
Now, I'm not even sure I want to touch this, but do you know what a linear assessment is?
I do know what the linear assessment is, and again, Colin Swat, when he's to speak next, can provide a greater and grander detail, because that would fall more under his expertise. But conceptually, I do understand what linear assessment is, and again, it's a big portion of our financial revenue for the municipality, and that linear assessment, the models and the formulas have changed over the last few years. With the province taking some action on that, and which has impacted the county's revenue substantially as well.
When you say it's impacted your revenue substantially, in a good way or a bad way?
Oh, I apologize. So yes, it would be in a bad way, where the revenue has declined substantially because of the linear assessment adjustments made by the province.
And has provincial funding changed in any way?
Yes, provincial, with additional adjustments made by the province, not only with linear assessment, we have also seen the well drilling tax change, whereas now that was a huge driver for our revenue in Brazo County, where we could see upwards of or in excess of $3 million a year just from the well drilling tax. But the provincial government has changed how that functions for us, and has ultimately resulted in us losing that completely. So we have had to absorb a loss in revenue, which was in excess of $3 million. So that's a huge hit to us. As well, I was gonna say we're also at risk. Again, we don't know what the future looks like with municipal sustainability initiative money. So that's another ongoing hurdle or a financial impact we have to be considering that's coming on the horizon and quite swiftly. And I guess other models we've increased with provincial downloading, we've had to accept additional expenditures that we weren't prepared for as well. So you're asking us to, the province, I guess, is asking us to take on more increased expenditures, but also take a bunch of your revenue away. So that's very difficult for us, and municipal administrators and councils have to make some really tough decisions to try to ensure that the values they have in their political positions, I guess, are followed through with, on top of the challenge, I guess, on the financial sides.
Are you in a position to make any comment on the value and level of services provided by the county to the town?
The value and level of services from the county to the town. I think the services that we offer in recreation in the county are capitalized on by town residents. For example, we have a number of amenities in the county, such as like our community halls, our group campgrounds, the ATV trails within the county, the horse trails in the county. We have like access to the North Saskatchewan and Pembina rivers. We have a Sardine Lake campground, or Sardine Lake day use area. So I think the vast openness and nature and all the things I just highlighted there are positive for the region, of course, that I think are capitalized by the region residents, would be town or county. So I think there is definitely a huge value in those services that the county can offer to the town. I think that's what you're looking after, or?
Yep. Now, Mr. Mccary, can you advise the tribunal what input the county has had in the operations of the recreational complex, the subject matter of this arbitration?
What input we've had into, just clarity, input we've had into operations of the facilities covered by the agreement?
Yes.
So with, what I would say is, outside of the agreement itself is little to no input in the operations, is from what I've gathered on everything. The county has a say in what the agreement says, again, in collaboration with the town. So that agreement has to align and be agreed to. So we have both parties have to agree on that. But outside of that, again, everything is turned over to the town to manage. So limited to no ability. In there might be conversations between administration to administration. But as for outcomes or impacts, I believe it's probably extremely limited to seeing adjustments outside of the agreement.
Now, Mr. Mccary, you also heard the evidence surrounding the sharing of financial information. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, sir.
Was that and is that a concern to the county?
Is that a concern to the county? I would say absolutely it's a concern to the county. I want to say that probably day one walking into the county in January, that's been the largest and biggest conversation I've had with council, either as a whole or independently with councillors, or again with staff, with respect to Mr. Chambers and Mr. Swap. The finances are a very important conversation, and not even I would say a very big conversation intermunicipally within these type of agreements between us and the town, but also council and has had many conversations with administration on scrutinizing our internal budgets as well to find everything they can and to bring back. So I'd say what we're putting out upon the town is something also we're expecting of ourselves, but it is a huge conversation. I'd say one of the biggest priorities, if not the largest priority, since stepping into this role with the county.
Now, Mr. Mccary, I'm not quite sure how this devolved to you, but I think you're the ECDC guy for the county. Can you tell me what services that the county has been providing with respect to childcare within the county?
So I can look at this in kind of two different ways. The county has contributed money to childcare in the past, with the intent of the money going out to smaller daycare operations, where the money was contributed not to the ECDC and the larger operations. It was to support our smaller independent day homes or daycare operations. So that's where we've spent, that's where the county has made their investment to date. The other one is the philosophy at which council and this past council, and I assume is the philosophy of the new council going forward, is that if we can reduce service fees and taxes and anything we can do to keep the money in the residents' pockets, they then can have the choice and the freedom and at their desire to invest their money in what they need for themselves. So in this case, instead of the county taxing the residents globally to supplement daycare, for example, the residents have more money in their pockets at which they can then go and seek those services independently upon themselves and invest in what they need to. So more money that they can, if they need those services, can capitalize on those.
Now, Mr. Mccary, are you aware of or know how the recent $10 a day daycare initiative is going to affect what appears to be an ask from the town on ECDC?
Yes, so from what I understand, with the Trudeau government being able to pass more money from them down to the organizations, for taking more money from the money tree, I suppose, and throwing it down to the local operations through the provincial government down to the local daycare providers, is that it'll be provided through operating grants to those organizations, where the expectation is it directly impacts the cost of a user to use the daycare. So again, over a 5-year span, that number is going to be coming down, where someone under the $120,000 annual income would be expected to pay only $10 a day for daycare at that point. Then based on revenue, of course, or household income, that number does increase. That $10 increases a little bit because of the, I guess, the available income as you create more money or you have more money available to you. But yeah, so that will, I guess in this case for the ECDC, they would be able to apply for an operating grant from through this program to supplement and get their costs down to the end users, to that ideally that $10 or $20 daycare, depending on household income.
Mr. Mccary, when was it that you became aware that ECDC and funding of ECDC would be the subject matter of this arbitration?
The ECDC was, I guess, that it was going to be a matter for arbitration was the moment, I guess, DLA Piper reached out to us that the town of Drayton Valley, through their council, presented it as a matter for arbitration. I would say we were prepared administratively that we would be discussing recreation in arbitration. I would say we were caught off guard with the ECDC coming forward. Yeah, I'll limit it to that. I don't want to disclose, I guess, anything said in mediation, but we were under the impression that it was solely just going to be recreation going forward as a matter for arbitration.
So what's the county's approach to fiscal management? I know my friend Ms. Becker Brooks made comments about 30% tax cuts. Did you want to comment on that?
So yes, so there's a couple different things I would highlight here. Is that the county has done a good job of not understanding maybe the roller coaster of the oil and gas sector, whereas in the high times when things are great, the county has been able to save, which I believe may not be the process in other cases. I remember Ralph Klein saying that once, is that when the high times we need to be saving, so in the bad times we have the money. So the county had a great surplus of money available in the high times, and now we're in a low time where the county is now taking their money and invested it in the community, in the residents, and into infrastructure in the, I guess, in the interest or in the putting ourselves in the best position and our residents in the best position that when that roller coaster starts to come back up, we can capitalize on it almost in day one. So our residents are in the best spot that way. So we're investing that way, keeping our fees, keeping our money in the residents, or sorry, keeping residents' money in their pockets in through the ways of keeping our service fees low, taxes low, offering whatever we can to make sure keeping, I guess, simply said, it's keeping the money in their pockets. Other than that, the county as well is very involved in the finances of the county, making sure that we are ideally very transparent in our numbers. The council sees and understands the dollars that are being spent. I would say they have a very high expectation on administration to treat the money or to scrutinize spending and to be very clear with them on that spending, essentially accounting for everything. I think those are the two big ones that I had. There was one other point there, but I can't remember what it was, but definitely the mindfulness of I guess the hostile economy that they've experienced over many years, and keeping our costs down low. So again, we can be in the best position to capitalize moving forward.
Now, Mr. Mccary, we've heard some evidence about the new pool. How's the county approached the new pool?
The new pool, so the county has, through municipal sustainability funding and likely other sources, we've been able to contribute up to about $5 million for the pool. I understand, again, through briefings and conversations with all of our staff, that we have routinely contributed to the capital costs of all recreation facilities and cost share facilities within the town as well. So this would be, traditional that we would contribute to that, and I definitely appreciate the contribution on a personal side of things, if I can say that, growing up and utilizing Park Valley Pool in Drayton Valley. Myself, I was excited to come into Brazo County and hear that that was a project already underway, and that we were actively contributing to it, because I do, again, only my personal opinion is that I think it's a valuable asset for the region as well.
Mr. Mccary, you mentioned in passing a little while ago a variety of community halls. What are those?
So we do have a number of community halls, quite a number of community halls for our area. I would say probably, in a rural perspective, probably a suitable number compared to our regional municipalities like Parkland and Yellowhead, but primarily they're in our little hubs of our community areas. So like Buck Creek and Easyford area within the county. We have a number of these community halls were out that have been long-standing, I guess, community gathering points where activities, say some recreation activities, weddings, events can be held at, that either people can book privately and come up and gather, or host events at. For example, the county utilized all the community halls this year to run a community or economic development team hosted a community market program to get small local businesses out, and we hosted one of those events in every one of our community halls this year. Again, those, for example, just in that situation, we had small businesses from the region, including some from Drayton Valley, come out and take part in these events at those community halls. I think they're definitely beneficial to the various locations in the county, and again, they're widely spread out and quite accessible to our residents, and not reasonably far from anyone from Drayton Valley to go to as well.
Are there any restrictions on who can use those community halls?
Not that I could speak to right now. I would believe most community halls, of course, they're not substantial revenue generators, so I don't imagine anyone would be turning anyone away if they were wanting to rent the facility out. They'd likely be capitalizing on that opportunity. Now,
in the course of my friend Ms. Becker-Brooks' questioning of Mr. Chambers, a mention was made of Leduc County. Are you familiar with Leduc County?
Yes, so I currently reside in the city of Leduc, surrounded, of course, by Leduc County. Every day of my commute, it's through Leduc County to get to Brazo County. Again, with my time with Parkland County as well, we collaborated with Leduc County. So yes, I'm fairly familiar with Leduc County.
Are you familiar with the recreational center in the city of Leduc?
Yes, I am familiar with the rec center in Leduc.
Do you want to comment on the similarities or differences from the rec center in Leduc and the rec center in Drayton Valley?
I definitely can. I think the Leduc County facility is a beautiful facility with their indoor pool. I know definitely a hockey rink. I was in there the other weekend because they were having a community marketplace and had a ringette tournament going on. Very active place and a big hub for the community there. I know they have the COVID vaccine mobile clinics there as well. Again, a very beautiful facility and a good investment in their area as well. As it relates to the town's facilities, it would be, I would say, Leduc probably exceeds the town facility because of that involvement, the tie-in with the pool, and maybe some other amenities there. But I would say that Leduc's is more substantial than, or I would say more resources and services are probably offered in Leduc than they are as from the town.
Mr. Mccary, those are my questions. I'm sure Ms. Becker Brooks will have a few questions. Oh, sir, I don't care one way or the other, but Mr. Mccary has some handwritten notes which reflect his call with Mr. Swap that took place over the lunch hour. Do you and Ms. Becker Brooks want a copy of those notes, and do you want to mark them as an exhibit?
Sure. I would like a copy of the notes. I don't think we marked Annette's notes as an exhibit. So whatever the decision is, I think they should just be treated the same.
Okay, would you like to see the notes first and then decide whether you want to have them marked as an exhibit?
Here, do you want to hand them to me? I think I just texted them to you, Ms. Becker Brooks.
Okay, I will look at them when they come through.
And to be consistent with Ms. Dreesen's notes, we will email them to you as well, Arbitrator McBean.
Thank you. Do you want to take a few minutes, Ms. Becker Brooks, to await those notes before you commence your cross-examination, or do you want to start, or I'm in your hands?
Well, you know what, sir, I've just received them. It's a list of numbers. That's totally fine. I don't need to, I'm ready to go. And I'm in your hands as far as you want them entered as an exhibit or not. I don't have.
Why don't, Mr. Wilson, if I can impose upon you to also text or email them to me, I'll take a look and make a
I'm
determination.
doing that right now, sir.
Mr. McLeod is emailing them to you as you said. God.
Sent.
Sent? They've been sent, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sure DLA Piper probably routes them through Argentina or something.
Well, rather than hold everybody up, Ms. Becker-Brooks, if you want to carry on, that will be fine. And I will, when the notes come in, I'll review them and I'll let you know whether I think there's any point in marking them as an exhibit.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Mccary, thank you for taking my questions. I'm not going to have a ton for you here. You had mentioned in response to a question from Mr. Wilson that your mandate from council is to work with the town collaboratively and to be transparent and successful in partnerships. Those are my notes. I'm sure my assistant, or not my assistant, my associates are a lot more fulsome. Were you referring to the current council or are you referring to the council prior to the general election?
I would say, in generically speaking, that it would apply to both this past council and as well this council moving forward. I think there was never, I could speak quite confidently, there was never a time where they encouraged or anything like not to pursue chatting with them or anything like that. I think we've, especially even our administrations, have worked productively together. And I think I would say that the county is definitely optimistic, whether it be, like you said, in the last 10 months or in the first few months with this new council, that the relationships can be strengthened.
What has the turnover been with the most recent election? How many new councillors do you have?
So in Brazo County, we had 3 new councillors come in, and I would say of the 7, we have 3 new councillors. The Reeve is returning, so our chief elected official is returning, and then 3 general divisional councillors did change over. So 3 of them.
So 3 out of 7.
Correct.
You indicated that the county's been successful in entering into ICF agreements with all of its other neighbors, including the village of Breton. I was looking through the ICF with the village of Breton, and one of the things that you deal with is recreation in that. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And how much does the county contribute to Breton for recreation?
That I wouldn't be able to speak of without referring to the document. I would hate to make an assumption on that. So without the document, I couldn't tell you. Mr. Swap might be in a better position to tell you what the actual numbers are. But I would say whatever the agreement is, where we would be committed to be paying.
And are you aware of what level of financial details are provided by the village of Breton to the county?
That I would not, I apologize, I would not be able to speak to that as well. Again, Mr. Swap might be able to talk on that. I have not personally seen any of the financial details shared from the town of Breton. I would probably be wholesome in saying that we would expect very much the same for many of our municipalities, thinking that at least me administratively, I would be definitely expecting the same level of transparency that we would be expecting of the town from Breton as well. But I can't speak to what's happened in the past.
So you mentioned there's a number of different reasons why there has been a reduction in the county's revenues in the last number of years. That they've declined substantially. You talked about the well drilling tax. You talked about changes to linear assessment. When you're referring to linear assessment, were you referring to the changes in calculating linear assessment, or are you referring to uncollectability of linear assessment tax?
I think in generality, it's both. There is a portion of revenue that has been is not collectible, or sorry, not that has not been able to be collectible. because of entities, either going bankrupt or defunct kind of thing. There's a huge concern with rural municipalities on the orphan wells and things like that, where we all have substantial revenue that we can no longer retain, that we essentially were entitled to, and that municipalities have had to write off and absorb, unfortunately. So I would say gladly that we're hoping to see some changes made there so we can be more secure in getting those funds moving forward, but we'll wait and see. But other than that, yeah, the actual the formulas and the drivers behind what we can collect from linear, all the provincial changes over the last number of years have impacted us as well.
I'm going to ask my associate to pull up the we're in my office, Rust Farmers Municipal Inspection Report. I know that this predated you by a long shot. Is it a document that you've reviewed?
Yes, I'm familiar with the report. But yes, as you stated, I was not present with the county when this report was here. So again, it'd just be my interpretation of what the report says, or my understanding of what the report has said in it.
Okay. So if I could get you to turn to page 47. So under financial position and financial practices, which is the bottom half of that page, the second bullet point indicates that at 99.2%, Brazo County's tax collection rates are above the median of, sorry, did I say 99.2%? Brazo County's tax collection rates are above the median of 98.3% for other counties. And at the beginning of the paragraph, it says that's using 2015 financial indicators, comparing it with 18 other counties, and along with 2014 budget data. So you'd agree that's what it says in the report?
Bullet 2, yes. So the 99.2, and I missed the second part of the statement, but yeah, point 2. I'm again assuming the data that Mr. Farmer and his associates collected in that. I would trust that this number is true that they presented here.
And do you have any information on how those tax collection rates have changed since this report?
The actual tax collection rate as of today, for a better understanding of that, again, I would ask that you present that question to Mr. Swab. He'd be the person most accurate in that. In generality, though, I would say we do have a positive recovery of taxes at probably a similar rate as shown there today. And again, in conversation with our elected officials and within administration, we have the strong belief that, again, the county being in a very strong position to encourage investment, keeping tax dollars in people's pockets, that sort of thing, encourages people to pay the taxes, or they're in a very good position to be taxes to be paid. So we have common discussions on that the attitude and policies and philosophies council has support the residents and operate businesses and things like that to pay their taxes.
So you confirm that you think your tax collection rate is still somewhere near that?
I would say we're probably on the higher end of municipalities, but again, I get Colin to confirm that number. That would be an assumption by mine, but we would say we speak positively on our tax collection rate.
Thank you. Now, if we could just go up to that first bullet there under financial position and financial practices, it indicates that in 2013, Brazo County's median residential and non-residential tax rates did not deviate significantly from the median of benchmark counties in Alberta. With a 30% reduction in residential mill rates in 2015, the county is now significantly below average. So do you disagree with that statement?
Do I disagree with that statement or agree with that statement?
Either. Do you agree with that statement?
Okay, sorry. Again, as the statement is read, as you read it precisely from that report, yes, I would agree that that's what the statement is saying. If that's what you're looking for.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take it a step further then. Do you agree that in 2015, there was a 30% reduction in the residential mill rate that council approved?
Okay, yes, so yes, I agree with you.
And that council since then has maintained that 30% reduction, including for the budget for 2022.
Yes, so again, that being the philosophy of council, again, being able to capitalize on the good times, and then when we hit the rough times in 2014, we were able to better support our residents and economy with those reductions to assist them in getting through the rough time ahead. So again, that aligns with council's philosophy on their stance there.
So if we take you to the next page, under the mill rate bylaw process, we won't get into the process and actually approving that change in mill rate, though it's interesting. But the second bullet here under mill rate bylaw process indicates that in 2014, this translated to tax revenue reduction in the amount of $840,000. And I know that you can't check if that number is correct. What I'm asking is, do you know for 2022 what that reduction in tax revenues would be with that 30% reduction? What's being left on the table by reducing the mill rate by 30%?
So I guess just to clarify, are you asking if council was to pass a 30% rebate as seen in earlier years, what we would be not taking in or giving back versus a mill rate reduction? Because we are not looking at doing a mill rate reduction and haven't, I believe, only occurred in that 2014 period. I believe there might be some slight adjustments, but not as substantial as that 30%. Is that what you're speaking? I guess just clarify there, please.
So what I'm getting at is this: in 2014, taxes were at a certain level, and they rolled it back 30%. Correct?
Yeah, the mill rate was adjusted then, correct, at a substantial number, as you say.
And this report indicates, and this is a report that is accepted by the government, that $841,000 was left on the table by doing that, not collected, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're a number of years down the road. The county has continued to keep that 30% rollback, right?
Again, I wouldn't be able to confirm that. I don't know precisely.
Okay, so maybe we could look at another document that's an agreed document. And it is the press release. 89, I think. So this is agreed document 89 from Exhibit 2, and it's taken from the Brazo County website. And the second paragraph says this: interim budget maintains the years-long freeze on municipal taxes. And for the 7th year includes a 30% commercial business. And for the 3rd year, the rebate has also been applied to residential and farmland properties. Fees have been limited to 0 or to minimum levels. The budget also includes, okay, the next one's not important. So with respect to that one paragraph, what I'm asking is that maintenance of the 30% rollback and the refusal to increase taxes, what does that turn into in dollars that could have been collected but are not?
To give you a number, that would be very difficult for me. I wouldn't know the number, again, without those numbers before me in a calculator, but I would not know what the actual total number over that entire range would be. Because it would vary year to year, of course. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you what that total is.
Do you know if your assessment has increased since 2014, the equalized assessment for the county?
I don't know. I would only be able to make an assumption, but I wouldn't be able to speak factual on that.
Okay, and in 2014, when the farmer report talked about the 30% rollback, at that point in time, it was only on the commercial taxes, right? Commercial businesses?
From the understanding between that document and the media and the website document, that would be correct. Being that saying the 7th year, the commercial businesses have been included.
Okay, so even presuming that the equalized assessment for the county has remained the same since 2014, which is probably pretty generous, that 871,000 number, or sorry, 841,000 number that Russell Farmer referred to would have only applied to that reduction on the commercial taxes. If the reduction of 30% now also applies to residential and farmland, it could be greater than that.
I would say, and general assumption, yes.
Okay, on the next page of this document, so this is from the website for Brazo County, the final, I guess the second last paragraph is this: administration has found efficiencies in order to support council's direction not to increase taxes while maintaining service levels. So can you tell me what efficiencies administration has found to support the direction not to increase taxes while maintaining service levels?
Yes, so some efficiencies that, well, I'd say I do know that some efficiencies have been found in staffing under the management of the previous CAO. So I know the county has reduced its staffing internally. For example, our planning department had a number of people in it a few years ago. It is substantially smaller than it used to be. And I'd say that approach has been applied quite broadly against the county. So we have reduced staffing. That would be a significant efficiency we found. The other one is just reallocating some money within our budgets. And the biggest and largest one is, again, going back to that philosophy of council of saving, fortunately saving in the high times. We have our municipal reserves that have been relied on to supplement our general operating funds. And we've been able to utilize those funding, again, fortunately, because of the previous council's willingness to save that money. Then we've been able to utilize that to support the county moving forward, to not have to tax the residents. And again, I suspect and encourage council to think the same way when that roller coaster gets back up and more money becomes available to us, that we prepare again for the next collapse.
Okay, forgive me because I'm a lawyer and definitely not an accountant. You mentioned one of the ways was reallocating within your budgets. Does that reduce the total expenditure? Wouldn't that just move it around in the budget?
So yes, if we have a program, for example, if we did a review of a program where you were to look at, say, a 3-year average of expenditures for, let's say, weed spraying, where we budgeted a number in whatever 2017 until 2019, we look at that and realize that it may be slightly underutilized. We can essentially shave the top of that off to get it back closer to actuals. And then if there's any budgets that require more money, for example, let's say council wants to have our graders grade more often, we would have to go back to council and ask for an increase in that budget. But rather than asking council for an increase in that budget, we just applied the savings that we were able to shave off in a number of those areas and apply it back to the grader program, for example. And then we ultimately, hopefully, have to go back to council for nothing, or that the number we do go ask is smaller because we were able to locate some available funds within our existing budget, if that makes sense.
So was one of the other ways to maintain service levels to reduce the expenditure to the county for rec fees? Or sorry, to the town for rec fees?
I would say that because, well, I would say that's not a motivating factor for council's decision. I don't believe, at least from my perspective, my conversations with council, that was not the concern on why that money was drawn down. It was the concern of trying to work productively with the town in getting the transparency they were looking for, on the history of being, exposing different things where money was not managed appropriately, I would say, if I can use that term, or it was misspent and the county caught, and then, that was sorted out. It was more that I think the county had, or I'm quite confident in saying that the county's concerns were not, I recognized and appreciated in their perspective. And again, you've been asking and asking and asking, and then ultimately with no action, we were forced to do something with that. I would say I'm not under the impression or under the understanding that it was to specifically cut recreation to reallocate it somewhere else. I think it was because of the collaboration between the municipalities was not working there, that we had to do something ourselves.
Okay, so the reason the funding was cut was not to save money, that's what you said?
Yeah, I would say that wasn't the intent behind that. Well, I would say, okay, so maybe if I can back up then, the intent would be to save money in the idea that we're overpaying. So if we're overpaying for something that we strongly believe in and have some factual evidence that somewhat support that idea that we are overpaying, and the partner is not, working with us to help us really and truly understand the value of those dollars, then we're going to draw those dollars back to what we believe and can faithfully agree to, at least on our side, what those dollars should be. And yes, then we could then reallocate those dollars somewhere else. So in the idea that, again, we're paying too much, getting it back to what maybe actuals should be, or what we reasonably believe actuals should be, then yes, then we would get savings from there. Again, that was just without collaboration to the extent of which the county wanted to between the partners. I would say I probably would have been more productive in doing that, but without that collaboration, at least to the level we expected on the county, that collaboration wasn't there.
So I realize that you only started at the beginning of 2021, but during your testimony just now, you said that the county asked and asked and asked and didn't get information. So what evidence or what information do you have about the county asking for information where it was not provided?
So I would just fall back to the conversation on the disclosure of the financials. It would come back to even our conversation in arbitration, in preparation to arbitration, when we're having to specifically ask for detailed financials that we require for this process, and having opposition from the other party in disclosing those, and the opposition that, again, I've been briefed on through staff and council, that those have only been disclosed 2 times to the county, simply as that.
So when the county asked for the detailed financial, the detailed financial records, you said they were, the town refused to provide them. What information do you have about that?
Again, that would be through conversations I've had with my staff and with council. And so the briefings they provided me on the relationship and the interactions between the 2 parties.
Now, you were here this morning and you did hear Mr. Chambers and give his testimony, and he didn't give any evidence to the effect that they asked for those detailed financials and they were refused by the town. He was present at all the meetings of the rec board and the ad hoc committee, right?
I get, okay, yes, so I would say that maybe so they may not have known the specific terminology of the documents they were looking for, but with their continued request on why we're spending money, that would have been a means to get that information to them.
But you don't actually have any information about requests being made for detailed financial documents and a refusal by the town to provide them.
Mean like specific written documents, or is that what you're getting after?
No, I guess what I'm getting at is more information than I've been told. There were lots of requests that were refused. You don't have any examples or minutes that you can refer to?
So yeah, I wouldn't be able to maybe say the exact requests again. Minute meetings didn't talk about all the conversations and things like that, but again, I've been told many times over, the county is continuously asked through counselors and our staff for information.
I'm just taking a look at one of the here. So if we could just pull up the document number 4, which is the 2019 agreement with respect to recreation and culture cost sharing between the town and Brazo County. And you can let me know if you've had an opportunity to review it.
So familiar with the document, again, as we walk through it, I'd be comfortable to speak to it.
1 to 4.
And in looking, so you are familiar with this document, is that what you were saying?
Yes, again, I wasn't present during the time the document was negotiated, but definitely familiar with the document.
Okay, and this was the last agreement that was in writing between the two parties, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if you could turn to page 7 and article 4.12.
Okay.
Sorry, scrolling is.
You don't need to worry. He has the document in front of him.
Oh, okay, well, I have it in front of me as well. So can you just read out what 4.12 and 4.12A provide?
Yeah, absolutely. So no later than 30 days after the last day of each quarter, each party shall provide the other party a quarterly report, which includes, and then moving to 4.12A, a trial balance of each sub-function, the purpose of which is to provide a listing of description of the costs and expenses of the facilities, including the amount spent to date in the year.
So up until the end of 2020, that was the agreement, end of 2019, that was the agreement that was in place between the two parties concerning what financial reporting would be provided to the county by the town, correct?
Correct. So that's the agreed to information.
And you don't have any information to refute that that was provided on a quarterly basis by the county, the town to the county.
Just, can you rephrase the first part?
You don't have any reason to believe that the town wasn't doing this.
Correct. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Okay. When you were talking about some of the ways that there's been an impact on the county's revenues, you mentioned MSI grants and changes to the MSI grants. So those are municipal sustainability initiatives. For maybe anyone who doesn't know that. the changes to the MSI grants are not specific to rural municipalities, are they? They would impact urban and rural municipalities the same, right?
Correct.
And in the materials that the county's put forward, they've indicated one of the reasons why there's been a reduction. You didn't mention it specifically, I don't think today, but it has been mentioned that there's an increase in police funding, which rural municipalities are required to contribute to. Is that one of the things that would impact the expenses of the county?
Correct, that the county has incurred that expense.
But the county wouldn't have had to contribute to policing prior to this year, would they?
It might be in the last couple years we've incurred costs from that, but yes, previous to that, there wouldn't have been any costs for policing.
But the town of Drayton Valley as an urban municipality has had to contribute to the cost of its RCMP officers for any number of years. That hasn't, the recent change has been with respect to rural contribution, correct?
Correct.
So with respect to ECDC, you gave us some information on the federal $10 a day initiative. I just want to confirm with you, that would affect how much residents have to pay towards accessing that childcare, right?
That's my understanding of how the operating grants are to be distributed, yes.
So it wouldn't impact the operating costs.
Well, the operating costs would have a direct impact on the operating or the costs that need to be recovered by the users, if that makes sense.
Maybe you could say it again a different way.
So the operating expenses of any facility have an impact on the bottom line that the users are going to pay.
So if somebody is paying $100 now to send their child to daycare, which I realize is a gross under, and now they're going to pay, so say they're paying $20 a day, and under the federal program, they're going to pay 10. It's going to cost the daycare center the same amount of money to provide the services. Someone else is just paying the bill now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And you mentioned before that there was contribution, or that the county's philosophy is to support childcare within the county by contributing to day homes. Is that right?
That has been past practice.
Okay. How much are they contributing to day homes currently?
That I would not be able to speak to off the top of my head.
So if we can take you back to the farmer report, and that would be the municipal inspection farmer report.
That one.
$32.
Sorry, yes, document 32. And
What page?
I'm just finding it. Page 50.
Page 6, sorry?
50.
50? Okay.
50. So I realized you weren't here at the time. There's a chart at the bottom of the page where they summarize, or Russell Farmer has summarized that in 2015, the county budgeted certain transfers to Drayton Valley, and you'll see next to daycare, there's $45,000.
Correct.
We've previously heard that there's never been any contributions to the town with respect to daycare. Do you know what this was for?
So this was, again, it falls back to the intent that this was the contribution delivered to the town to support the independent providers. So the town, we contributed, the town just controlled the money to go out. But the intention from the county was that this money was going out to the independent providers and not the ECDC. It was not to supplement or augment the ECDC.
So if if I said to you that my understanding was that ECDC at that time had 2 branches to it, one of which was the daycare center and one of which was day homes. Does that align with what you had understood had happened? That the contribution from the county still went to ECDC, but only to the day home portion of it. Is that what you understood?
I would disagree with that being, no.
So you understood that it's still being paid to Drayton Valley. And it's still going to
Yes.
daycare, but just not through the ECDC. That's what you understood?
Yeah, that it was not going to support the ECDC operation in any way.
But it was supporting day homes within the town that were funded through the municipality, through the town.
That I can't say for sure, but it was, yeah, the intent was to provide that money to others, not the ECDC.
So if these day homes weren't somehow operating through the town, you wouldn't have paid the money to the town, right?
That I can't say for sure. I think the town is probably just, in this case, probably just used as a means to distribute the money. So they just be the middleman.
So you don't have any information about how those day homes were actually being provided?
Or yeah, or how I don't have access, or I have not seen how those monies were distributed or dispersed, or who is the recipient of those dollars.
Okay, so you took us through some of the other recreational facilities that are available in the county, and you talked about the community halls and the campgrounds and the ATV trails and the horse trails. I just want to confirm that none of those facilities are an issue today.
They're not in the existing agreement. Proactively, administratively, yeah, currently right now they're not.
And the county isn't seeking contribution from the town towards those recreational facilities?
At this time, no.
Are those community halls run by nonprofits? Any of them?
It can be a mix. Some are fully operated by the county, some are privately operated as well. It is a mix mash of things.
For the next one, just take a
Okay, so those are all the questions that I have then. Thank you very much.
Anything
No,
rising, Mr. Wilson?
No,
I have nothing to ask this gentleman, so thank you very much for attending, Mr. Mccary, and for your assistance.
so I'm wondering if we might take the afternoon break and we can start Mr. Swap in say 15 minutes and we'll be done today.
That's fine with me. So let's take that's fine with you, Ms. Becker Brooks?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, then let's take a
Hopefully-
15-minute break now, start at 2:45.
Sure. Hopefully, Mr. Swap will have the blinds drawn in his office so we don't have the bunker function.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll call the hearing back to order. Before we commence, I did get a chance to look at the notes that Mr. McLeod emailed to me, and I don't see any need to mark those as an exhibit at all.
Yeah, no, the witness's testimony was very clear. I just wanted to make sure the court was aware that they were his handwritten notes and nothing else.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sir, Mr. McLeod will be leading in Mr. Swap, Mr. Colin Swap.
Good
Thank
afternoon,
you.
Mr. Swap.
Proceed when you're ready, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Swap. Are you able to hear me okay? Colin? Mr. Swap? You're muted.
Mr. Swap, can you hear us?
I can hear you now,
We can hear you. And I'm loud and clear?
loud and clear.
How about for you, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I can hear fine, thank you.
Just checking, thank you.
I think the court reporter, Madam Court Reporter, can you affirm the witness, please?
Can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Swap, the arbitrator ordered the exclusion of all witnesses. Have you spoken to anyone about the evidence given in these proceedings?
I have not.
Thank
Have
you.
you seen it? Watched it.
Have you watched the evidence in these proceedings at all?
I have not, no.
Thank you. What is your position with Brazo County?
My current position is the General Manager of Finance.
And when did you start working for Brazo County?
I began working for Brazo County in June 2nd, 2015. I came on board as a tax and assessment coordinator, where my primary duties were to look after the issuance and collection of property taxes. In 2017, I took on the role of finance coordinator and helped assist in the day-to-day operations of the Finance and Corporate Services Department with the finance manager. And in August 2018, I took on the interim GM of finance role and took on the role full-time in January 2019.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training, your education?
In 2007, I graduated from Grant McEwen with a Bachelor of Applied Business Administration Accounting degree, as well as I am pursuing a CPA designation. At that time, I did my practicum at Finning Canada, where I was employed as an operation accountant and financial analyst. And then I moved on to SMS Equipment in Edmonton as well, where I took on the role of treasurer. After that, had a couple kids and moved back to town, and then that's when I had took on the role with Brazo County.
You say you moved back to town. Where did you grow up?
I was born and raised in Drayton Valley and left approximately 2002 to pursue schooling in Edmonton. And then I was in Edmonton for about 10 years and then had moved back to Drayton Valley.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to high school at St. Anthony's High School and also attended 1 year at Frank Maddock High School. So,
And elementary school?
St. Anthony School. So K2, 10, and then 11 at Frank Maddock, and finished up grade 12 at St. Anthony High School.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the size of Brazo County?
So the most current census has the population at 7,771 residents.
How about geographically?
Geographically, a widespread municipality spanning a large area, going up into a lot of the green zone territory there towards the Nordegg area, and then as well out towards the Cynthia area up until Yellowhead County.
So would you say the residents are spread out?
Yes, they're spread out significantly with, some drive times. I've had experience with individuals, half an hour drive times from their home into town is not uncommon.
Okay, now this is not related to your experience as an accountant for the town, but going back to your schooling in Drayton Valley. What is your experience with busing?
With busing, and kind of to touch up on the last point there, just a lot of, my friends going through school there, a lot of them were reliant on the bus to bring them into town. And then as well, they're, back out after school there. And then, on the weekends, you probably wouldn't see a whole lot of them, but then Monday morning, you'd have them come back into town. So it was a lot of individuals relied on the busing to get into town from the outskirts in Brazo County.
But what individuals on the bus are you talking about?
Just county individuals from, who lived within Brazo County, as we mentioned, spread out quite a bit there, that they would be the ones who'd be reliant on the bus to bring them into town.
And take them home.
And take them home.
And take them home. That's exactly right. Yes. Yeah. My experience was we didn't see a whole lot of them after the school hours were closed.
In your role as the manager of finance, how do you interact with county council?
My interactions with county council are primarily through the CAO, Mccary there, more so on our twice a month council meetings is primarily where I would interact with them.
And what would be some of the information you would give county council?
Primarily the interactions, as I mentioned, kind of looking at that time period coming in, has been primarily around property assessments, drawing on my background when I initially started the county. And unfortunately, a large part of it has been relaying information as to the impacts on various decisions that have been made, and updating them as to the impacts we have on the reduced municipal revenues coming into our interim and then final budget processes each year.
So you say impact on the budget. What are some of the things that had a negative impact on the county's budget since 2017?
So 2017, we had just with the decline or the collapse in the price of oil in 2017, we had lost $3.3 million in municipal revenue. Of that $3.3 million, 2.7 was directly tied to linear revenue. And we also had seen from there, well, in 2017 as well, that also is when we started having a businesses not being able to pay property taxes. One of the issues in 2017 that happened as well is there was the Virginia Hills case where we were no longer seen as a secured creditor on defunct oil companies. So we could not put a lien on their equipment to help recoup the uncollected property taxes. And in response to that, the province had introduced well, they call it the PERC program, but essentially what it is when an oil company does not pay their taxes, regardless, the county is still responsible to submit the school requisition that they were responsible for. Typically that's in the $9 to $9.5 million range. And so what had happened as well in 2017 for the municipalities to get essentially a credit for the school requisition taxes that we paid on behalf of the oil companies, but did not receive ourselves. The province had allowed us to receive that school requisition credit if we council motion to remove the property tax receivable as a whole from our trial balance. So initially, the impact is that we have taken $880,000 out of our taxes receivables to receive $136,000 in school requisition credits. And so that program has been extended. So we are, we're utilizing that. And so 2017 primarily was resulted around that. Coming a little bit more recent, 2021, with the assessment model review decisions, we have lost a further $900,000 in municipal revenue.
Colin,
Yes.
Colin, we have the court reporter and she's trying to take down what you're saying. If you don't
Great.
mind slowing down so she can capture it, everything.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So yeah, so I'll go a little bit slower here. So 2021, we had lost a further $900,000 in municipal revenue due to accelerated depreciation of some of our linear assets. And on top of that as well, we also lost the funding we would receive through the well drilling tax program. And essentially what that program was for every well that was drilled within the county, there was a formula to determine the amount of taxes that would be paid to the municipalities to help support our costs and the infrastructure we put out to allow the industry to get where it needs to be. And so, for reference, 2014, that was $3 million. And we have lost that amount on a go-forward basis on top of that $900,000.
Mr. Swap, at some time, I take it you became aware that the county had concerns with the amounts it was paying to the town for recreation costs.
Can I just interrupt for a second before you go into that area, Mr.
Certainly,
McLeod?
sir.
Mr. Swap just gave us a whole bunch of numbers. And quite frankly, I lost track after about the third or fourth number.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering if is the information that he provided is going to be provided to us in any other form, in writing or in a report or in any way?
I think probably, sir, the easiest way to deal with it would be for us to order a daily transcript from Mr. Swap's evidence. And if it can be turned around by the end of the day, Thursday, we could argue in front of you on Friday. I wonder if that would be helpful.
Yes, that would be fine. Yeah. Okay, carry on, Mr. McLeod.
Just gonna pull up a document here. Mr. Swap, are you able to see my screen there?
I am, yes.
This is a letter dated at the top there, February 9th, 2016, addressed to the Reeve. And it appends the Alberta Municipal Affairs Brazo Municipal Inspection Final Report. And we're referring to it as the Farmer One Report. Are you familiar with this document?
I am, yes.
How are you familiar with this document?
So I'm familiar through conversations with my colleague, Mr. Chambers, when I had assumed the general manager of finance title and started being brought up to speed with some of the current issues with the county. I had received an update as to what it was. I did not receive information previously with my predecessor in place there, but after I assumed the role of general manager of finance, I did become aware of the findings of the report.
And what were your understanding as to the findings of that report?
My understanding was the funding provided by Brazo County was significant when compared to that of other municipalities in their agreements.
I understand that you attended recreation meetings between the town and county. Is
That's
that correct?
That is correct.
And were the towns or the county's concerns conveyed at those meetings?
They were, yes.
And what concerns were those?
So the concerns were that the information being provided by the town of Drayton Valley did not allow myself to independently verify the transactions or the expenses that were included. They were provided at a summary level, but did not provide enough information to verify the transactions within. And so for someone just on the street that isn't an accountant, can you simplify that a little bit? Sure, absolutely. So what we would be looking at is the trial balance. And so when you receive a summary trial balance, it is just going to provide the heading of the account and then a lump sum, just the total amount. Whereas if on a transaction trial balance at the detail level, as opposed to just having your heading with the amount, it would have the individual transactions that rolled up into that amount. So you would actually be able to look and verify those line items and see the appropriateness of them.
Why would the county want to see those detailed transactions?
So essentially, we would want to see them to make sure they were appropriate, first off. And the second, and one of the items we did receive when we did in the fourth quarter 2019 finally received that transaction level detail, is we were able to confirm whether, say, capital projects were included in that operating amount there. And by receiving the fourth quarter in 2019 transaction level details, we were able to identify capital projects that had previously been paid through the capital funding system, that they had been moved over into the operating agreement and that they would have been included again through our payment on the shared deficit.
What was the effect of the capital cost being moved over? Or sorry, what you just described?
Yep, you're correct. So the effect of it was we had paid separately the capital costs. So we would have issued a check to the town of Drayton Valley in that amount. And so that would have took care of it. And then when they were moved over to the operating side on the adjustment there, we would have paid for them a second time through the shared deficit of the operating numbers.
And who identified that double charge, if you will?
So that was, I had brought forward those transactions and I had found it, as well as confirmed that with Mr. Chambers. He has as well flagged that when he had went through that transaction detail. Previous to receiving those transactions, we had just organized and went through the capital projects. They're non-capital to Brazo County, but the ones that were approved through our interim budget process, we had just went through and updated our spreadsheets soon after we had received that transaction level detail, and were able to identify the capital project numbers assigned by the town on those items within the operating figures, the transaction detail.
You indicated you identified that double charge when you received the detailed financials. My question is, when did you receive the detailed financials?
So we would have received the detailed financials in May of 2020. And then after that, it was raised by Mr. Chambers, or asked to by Mr. Chambers, that these items be placed on the June 25th ad hoc rec board meeting minutes so that we could discuss them.
Just pulling up a document here. Mr. Swap, this is from Exhibit 2, agreed document number 4. This is the Recreation and Culture Cost Sharing Agreement dated January 1st, 2019 between the town and the county. Not sure if you've had a chance to review this document. Do you understand what it is?
I do understand, yes.
Okay. If I scroll down, to section 4.12. Can you read section 4.12 and 4.12A?
4.12 reads, no later than 30 days after the last day of each quarter, each party shall provide the other party a quarterly report, which includes a trial balance for each sub-function, the purpose of which is to provide a listing and description of the costs and expenses of facilities, including the amounts spent to date in the year.
As an accountant with the trial balance, what is your expectation as to what you would expect to receive?
My expectation would to receive a detailed trial balance at the transaction level to verify it. Simply due to the, having a summary-based trial balance provided does not provide any information behind those numbers. And as I mentioned, it does not allow an individual to verify the appropriateness of any of the items or the expenses that are included in those numbers.
Mr. Swap, can you tell the arbitrator who is Jennifer Fancy?
Jennifer Fancy was not 100% correct on the title at the time, but I do know in 2019, sometime around September, October, she was my counterpart at the town of Drayton Valley. So the general manager of finance or corporate services.
Do you know at the town who currently holds Miss Fancy's old position with the town? Who's Miss Fancy's replacement?
Miss Elvira Thompson.
And you mentioned earlier the town or the county's concerns with the level of financial disclosure. Who provided you with the detailed trial balances for the first time?
Miss Fancy had provided that information to myself.
How did she come to provide you with that information?
Through conversation with the two of us, her predecessor in that role, Mr. McMillan, he would only provide the summary trial balances there. And, one of the items was we were looking to independently verify these numbers. So in conversations between Mrs. Fancy and myself, we were discussing some of the issues that we were having with these agreements. And as part of the conversation, I had mentioned that, we could get some transaction level detail on there. That would go a long way to alleviate any concerns, as we would be able to verify the transactions and not just look at a summary line.
And as a result, to back up, was that a formal discussion with Miss Fancy or an informal discussion?
That would have been an informal discussion. Would have been in a meeting between the two of us there. We would communicate regularly. And through those conversations was the discussion on getting a little more insight behind the numbers. And then she had provided those. And then when she had provided that, when we did receive those transaction level details, that is when we were able to identify the projects being moved over into the operating budget.
And was that discussed at a joint board meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chambers, as mentioned, had requested the items be put on the June 25th agenda, and he had brought them up at the beginning of that meeting.
And what happened to Miss Fancy after that? Was she involved in board meetings?
I believe she was let go sometime soon after. So we had done a couple meetings. I was involved in the meetings throughout the summer. And then after that time, she was relieved of her duties and was no longer with the town.
Do you recognize this document, Mr. Swap, from Exhibit 2? It is agreed document number 22.
I do, yes.
And what is it?
So these are the minutes for the Recreation Board meeting held on June 25th, 2020. So this would have been the meeting where Mr. Chambers had requested the items be included on the agenda and had brought them up for discussion.
What items?
The duplicate charges that we had found where we previously paid and through the capital funding stream, and then that we had found them back in the operating budget, and he had brought them up to raise awareness over the duplicate billing.
And pardon me, do you recall any discussion on the level of expenses with respect to other arenas?
Yes, those were brought forward through Mr. Chambers. He had completed a survey putting similar facilities, and doing a comparable of the averages, and then where the facilities within the town of Drayton Valley fell within those. Yes, as you show on your slide here.
Mr. Swap, this is from Exhibit 2, agreed document number 33, and you've already referenced it. What do you understand this document to be?
This is the document, the survey that Mr. Chambers had put together, comparing, similar facilities with arenas, twin arenas within them, and trying to bring as close as a comparable as possible to have some sort of benchmark to measure the Omiflex against.
And what was the purpose of, well, I suppose you just mentioned that to measure against the Omiflex, but in more detail, what do you mean?
Yeah, so the purpose was, as we had looked through the surveys put together by Mr. Chambers, the Omiflex was higher than it is comparables. And so what we are trying to do is bring that forward and then determine why that these costs were higher in the Omiflex versus what would be deemed comparable facilities with similar, twin ice surfaces. So it was trying to, through that board, identify what was causing those overruns, and ideally to find some efficiencies to help bring those costs more in line, and then, reduce the deficit that each party would have to share at the end of each year.
Were you and Mr. Chambers given an explanation for why the Omiflex costs were at the level they are, or were, sorry?
No, we did not receive an explanation as to why. Typically, we were just pointed that you can't compare the facilities to each other, as well as that, are the other facilities filled with union employees and some items like that, or pointing that perhaps the curling rink was the cause of the overages there, but no information was ever found to my knowledge, or that I was a part of, to explain the outages there, or the higher averages.
Okay, but would you have communicated to, would you have, or Mr. Chambers have communicated to the other members of the Joint Rec Board that those were your concerns?
Yes, absolutely. That was for the meetings I attended to that I can speak to, that was the primary focus of the meetings that I've had attended, was trying to find out what that overages was. That was essentially, the large obstacle in the way of coming to an agreement was trying to find these and, see what both parties could do to, address them and bring them down and more in line.
You tell the town's representatives, we have a certain level of salaries, wages, and benefits, which are identified on this table. And you ask them, why are they so high? Did the town ever identify any salaries within that figure that encompassed those people that were not employed by at the arena in the union?
No, I never did receive any information in regards to the wages included.
So you would have understood it was just union employees in that figure?
That was the understanding I was left with, yes.
So I identified one meeting minute where you were present. Were you present at any other joint rec board meetings?
I would say that I attended approximately 3 to 4 meetings through my time there, primarily through the spring through fall of 2020.
At how many of those meetings of the 3 or 4 would you or Mr. Chambers raise concerns about the level of expenses and salaries and communicated those concerns to the town's representatives?
I would say everyone, it was raised essentially through those meetings. The main goal, and which will be found in a lot of the minutes, was looking to approve the agreement for the year. And so the hang up why we could never progress to agreeing on the deal was that sufficient explanation wasn't provided as to why the expenses within the town's facilities were so much higher than the ones we are looking at as comparables.
Was it representatives of the town or representatives of the county that was pushing for a deal to be approved?
I would say both sides. Both parties on the town side of the table would be pushing for that. And that's from both of them were pushing for that. And we were still, both sides, administration and council on Brazo County side as well, was inquiring as to the reason for the higher than, the higher averages.
Sir, I wonder if I could take 5 minutes to look at my notes and then wrap up Mr. Swap's direct.
Absolutely. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Ready when you are, sir.
Thank you. Is everybody ready to roll?
We are?
Ms. Brooks?
Oh, sorry, you said you were gonna check your notes and see if you had more to say. You're done?
Yeah, no, are you okay if we start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Carry on, Mr. McLeod. Thank you.
Mr. Swap, last Friday, you accompanied us on a tour of the different facilities around Drayton Valley. You recall that?
I do, yes.
Right before we got to the Omniplex, we drove by what I understand to be the new pool in Drayton Valley.
Correct.
Has the county contributed at all to the construction of that facility?
We have. The county's contribution is $5 million. And so we have allocated $3.9 million of our MSI funding, and as well as 1.1 million from reserves.
And the 3.9 million, the MSI, what is that?
So that the MSI, that is the funding the capital funding handed down by the province. And this is another area where we have seen a significant reduction. We used to receive anywhere between $3 and $4 million per year for our capital programs. And so as the program winds down, 2022, 2023 being the last years of the program, we are now down to receiving $1.3 million. And then at that, after 2023, there's a lot of uncertainty towards what new framework will be taking its place.
Okay, so each year the county's been allocated a certain amount of funds, and the county was allocated 3.9, and the county chose to allocate that amount to the town's new swimming facility?
Yes, as part of the agreement, there is a provincial funding component. And so through this allowed the town of Drayton and the project overall to secure an additional $8 million in funding to help fund the overall price tag of the new aquatic facility.
Okay. Before we took a short little break there, we were discussing the county's concerns with expenses and salaries of town-owned recreation facilities. Was there a specific town facility that the county was concerned about?
It was the Omiflex, yes. Mr. Chambers' surveys, we had found the pool was a little out, but nothing, drastic there. But the Omniplex, we kept coming back to that, the large higher expenses that they had compared to some of those comparables. And so that was the one that we were really focusing on to see if, there could be some sort of findings to see how we could bring that more in line with the comparable facilities.
Were those concerns with the level of expenses, salaries, wages, were they ever satisfied to yours or Mr. Chambers' satisfaction?
They were not. No, it was the expenses as a whole, and primarily it was the salary line item that was significantly higher than those of the comparables that had been identified. And no explanation was given.
Mr. Swap, Mr. Mccary confirmed the amounts of recreation funding that was provided to the town for 2011 through 2020. Do you happen to have those amounts handy?
I do, yes.
Can you confirm how much in 2011 did the county pay to the town?
$610,156.
For 2012?
805,809.
13?
814,689.
2014?
825,280.
2015?
872,364.
How much did the county pay to the town in 2016?
833,705.
2017?
889,891.
2018?
889,891.
2019?
$1,036,000.
And 2020?
454,584.
And of all those amounts you just listed, from 2011 to 2020, what were all those payments to the town for?
For the rec agreement, for the rec cost agreement for the use of the rec facilities and the sharing of the deficit.
Okay. Mr. Swap, having regard to the current state of accounting software, what is your understanding of how long it would take you to print off detailed trial balances. That is the information the county was seeking from the town. If you wanted to print off 3 years worth of expenses for a facility, how long would that take?
To do the 3 years, it'd take less than 5 minutes per year.
Mr. Swap, were you present at our office here in Edmonton on August 6th, 2021?
I was, yes.
And was that for an application to the arbitrator as part of that meeting?
That's correct.
And what was your understanding of what that application was for?
That was to finally receive the transaction level detail on the trial balances so that we would be able to verify the appropriateness of the expenses or find out what's built up to the summarized balances that we were previously provided.
And there was some suggestion that it would be difficult to print all of those records off for a number of years.
That is correct.
Mr. Swap, those are my questions. I'd ask that you now answer Ms. Becker-Brooks's questions.
Thank you, Ms. Becker-Brooks. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir. Mr. Swope, I just wanted to ask you a quick question here. You seem to have a really good memory of numbers and dates. Are you referring to any notes during your testimony?
Pardon me, I was not able to hear that last comment.
Oh, I said you seem to have a really good memory for dates. I wondered if you were referring to anything during your testimony. Any notes?
No. No,
I presume those numbers at the end, you were referring to something?
I have some, yes. That I could not memorize.
Okay, so those are the only notes, are those numbers that you read out at the end?
Correct.
You indicated that when you first started at the county in 2015, you were aware of the concerns that the county had. So was it when you first started in 2015 that you first became aware of the concerns the county had about the recreation expenses the town was incurring?
That is incorrect, no.
Okay, when was it that you were aware of that?
That would have been when I had assumed the role of the general manager of finance in 2019.
So that would be in January of 2019.
That is correct.
Okay. So maybe we can just pull up the June minutes of the rec board. Okay, so we have here the minutes from the June 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Recreation Board, and you were there as in your position as General Manager of Finance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you had indicated that between the spring and the fall of 2020, you attended kind of 3 or 4 meetings. Was this the first one you attended, or were there some before this as well
I believe there was one before this.
that you attended?
Correct. Yes.
Now, your compatriot at the town was Jennifer Fancy at that time, and you indicated that you had an informal discussion with her. It would have been prior to this meeting about obtaining the transaction detailed transaction financials. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think that was in May of 2020?
In May of 2020 is when I was provided with the transaction detail. The town, they would have just been going through the audit process. So it would have been previous to that in our conversations leading up to that time.
Okay, and you said you had an informal conversation with her and asked for the transaction level detail, right?
Yes, we had discussed what would, make it easier between the two parties, and we had come up with that, and she said she supported providing that information.
And she said she supported providing it, and then she provided it to you within a reasonable period of time, I assume?
Correct.
And that was the transaction level details for the fourth quarter of 2019?
Correct.
Did you ask for the transaction level details for 2020 as well?
We had, Ms. Dreesen had provided that after one more time after for the fourth quarter of 2020.
So you had the last quarter of 2019 and the first quarter of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ask for subsequent quarters of 2020?
We had, yes, discussed on an ongoing that would be the information that would be shared back and forth.
So from then on, you were getting quarterly reporting at the detailed level.
After the rec board meeting, or the rec board was disbanded, we were not receiving the detail after that point.
Okay. So once the rec board disbanded, or once the two members from, I think the county, from the town resigned, then you stopped getting them then?
Correct.
Okay. But when you asked Ms. Fancy for them, she had no problem providing them to you?
She did not, no.
Had you asked anybody for the detailed transaction level reports before that?
We had discussed it with the individual prior who had provided the summary level.
So when you say we, who do you mean?
Oh, no, myself. Early on, when I had assumed that position, I had assumed that we would be receiving the transaction level detail, and that was not coming. And when Ms. Fancy had come in at that point, we had brought up that discussion again.
Okay, so when was the first time you asked for the transaction level detail?
In 2019.
And who did you ask?
Jen, the conversations I had met with Mr. McMillan at the town's offices, the date escapes me, but we had, discussed that in the past as a bit of an introduction meeting when I had assumed the role.
Okay.
But
so
he,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to mention, we had just briefly crossed paths, and then Ms. Fancy had taken over. So primarily that's who I had dealt with in regards to these matters.
Okay, so you had discussed it with your predecessor, but the first time you asked for it was Ms. Fancy, and she provided it to you when you asked for it.
She did, yes.
Good. Now, when you took over your position at the beginning of 2019, you were advised that this was a concern. Did you look at the intermunicipal, the recreation cost sharing agreement that was in place to see what the obligations were between the parties to provide accounting records or transaction records?
Yes, I had got briefed on it by my counterpart, and I'd looked at the agreement.
Okay, so maybe we'll take you back to the 2019 agreement then. And my friend had showed you the section 4.12, 4.12A, where it refers to quarterly reports, which include a trial balance for each subfunction. And your evidence was you thought that would mean you would read that to say a detailed trial balance. Whereas
my expectation would be that, yes.
Okay. Whereas what you were being provided was a summary trial balance.
Correct.
And were you aware of anybody in the county ever asking for those detailed, so referring to the agreement and saying, look, you have an obligation to provide us with the detailed trial balances before you came onto the position?
I was not aware of the conversations prior to myself taking this position.
Okay. And were you aware that from the time the agreement was in place in 2015, the same financial reporting requirements were in the agreements between the two parties? That had been the same wording since 2015.
Yeah, again, I was involved in any rec discussions previous to that time.
What financial reporting do you provide to the town with respect to the Brazo Sports Park? Do you provide monthly detailed transactions?
So due to the limited amount, Mr. Chambers has provided the full detail of the amounts that make up the expenses, yes.
So
and that was provided.
Monthly or quarterly detail?
I would have to refer that to Mr. Chambers.
Isn't it prepared out of your department?
He handles the billing on that one, but he puts it together and then will put forward a requisition for an invoice, and the invoice is handled through the accounts receivable clerk within the department.
So that's for the annual payment that's due from the town to the county.
Correct.
But for the quarterly reporting, Mr. Chambers provides that directly,
He does, yes.
and it's your understanding it's transaction level.
Correct, yes. The one that I had seen him provide was at the transaction level.
And when was that?
That would have been during those same 3 to 4 meetings that I had attended.
So after you had requested the town to provide transaction level details.
Yes. Well, we did not have any details until we had, the sports park did not have expenses going along with it until we had the washroom facility that was placed on there. And at that point in time, we had expenses related to that washroom facility. And so that had come into effect after that point in time.
That's not true. We provided funding prior to that. Okay, so if we look back at previous agreements,
Or I wasn't familiar with those. I'm thinking of that one instance there, but I wasn't involved with the information that Lee was or the Mr. Chambers was bringing forward to the rec boards.
no, I'm not asking about the information that he was bringing forward to the rec boards. I'm asking for the information that he was providing to the town, and maybe it was to the rec boards who then provided it on, about the expenses.
Yes, the
Quarterly.
information that I had seen was at that transaction level.
And that was in 2019 after you had asked for transaction.
2020,
In 2020, after you had asked the town for transaction level.
yes.
And you don't know what level of detail was being provided by Mr. Chambers to the town with respect to the Brazo Sports Park before that.
Not prior to my involvement, no.
Prior to the washrooms being constructed, did you deal with the Brazo Sports Park costs as their own sub-function within your system?
We didn't have, not that I'm aware, I didn't deal much with the recreation side. So like I say, departments put in their own requisitions for their invoices, of which are put out there. So it's a responsibility of the department.
But an invoice is different than printing out transactions, right?
Yes,
So you don't know what Mr. Chambers was providing prior to 2020 to the town with respect to the Brazo Sports Park.
my understanding is we provided transaction level detail.
But you didn't produce those. He produced whatever he was providing.
Yes, not that I'm aware of.
So if we can go back to the June minutes from the rec board meeting, and now I'm just going to take you over some of the testimony you gave with respect to the transaction that was identified where the county paid approximately $40,000 towards a capital expenditure. So that's up there on 4.2. Do you recall giving testimony on that?
I do, yes.
And the payment was a payment the county had made to capital, correct? In around $40,000.
44,000, correct, yes.
44,000, okay. And you were very careful when you gave your testimony not to say that the county paid twice, because the county had not yet actually paid that amount under an operating contribution, had it?
At that time, no.
And at that time, in fact, the county hadn't even been provided with the final numbers to say what their operating contribution would be, had they?
We had received a proposal from the town side.
And when did you receive that proposal?
Within those meetings that I would have attended, May or April of 2020. And I believe it was $1,046,000.
Okay, so maybe we'll go to the minutes for May 28th, 2020. You can show me there where that would be. So is it there where Jennifer Fancy presented 2019 financial information, highlighting the calculations for the 2020 agreement contribution? That one?
For the finance proposal that was provided by the town.
Yes, so this is when you first would have received the calculations for what you'd owe in 2020 at the May 28th, 2020 meeting.
Yeah, I'm not. I know typically at the end of the agenda for each meeting was having the proposal listed to go over and to come to an agreement.
Okay, so we only have the minutes here. We don't have the agendas. But if we look at the minutes for the July 23rd, 2020 meeting, so that's this one. If we go down, that's where the adjustment was made with respect to the payment as a capital project when it, remove it as payment for a capital project, right? That's when that was confirmed that it occurred. And you got repaid that amount, right?
That is correct, yes.
So then if we keep going down. So do you remember which meeting where the 2019 numbers were provided? Was that in the May minutes or in the July minutes? We've gone through both, or was it in the June minutes? Do you recall?
With the Q4 2019 transaction level details were provided.
Yeah.
So those were provided May 25th to myself by Jennifer Fancy. After that time, there was a request by Mr. Chambers to Ms. Dreesen to have those items added to the agenda for the June 25th meeting.
Okay. With respect to that overpayment.
That is correct. Mr. Chambers had provided the transaction level detail highlighting the charge coming through on the operating agreement and had asked that to be viewed at the next rec meeting where that took place.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out is when the 1,046,000 was presented to you.
The town had provided a sheet with a summarized amounts on there coming to the total deficit, of which the county share would have been $1,046,000.
Okay. Do you remember when that was presented?
I would say May, one of the first ones that I would have attended, we received a cover sheet.
So that was notice of what the number was expected to be. It wasn't until September where there was actually a motion to accept the 1,046,000 as the county's contribution, to recommend that council accept that, correct?
Correct. The proposal was before that.
So if we go back to the June 25th meeting where it was identified there was this capital overpayment of $44,000, that amount, you and Mr. Chambers identified it at the meeting, correct?
Prior to the meeting, and as mentioned, Mr. Chambers asked Ms. Dreesen to add it to the June 25th agenda to be discussed.
Okay, she added it to the agenda, correct? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, at Mr. Chambers' request, yes.
And Ms. Dreesen acknowledged that the auditors had raised that as well?
Ms. Fancy had mentioned that once Mr. Chambers had asked her about it, she took a look at it and had apologized and had mentioned it was an error that had come through after the auditors.
So she had indicated that it was something they were already aware of that needed to be fixed.
No, she was surprised by the error at the time.
Okay, sorry, I thought that you just said when he brought it up, she said, yes, the auditors had raised it.
She said the auditors must have done an adjustment afterwards.
So the auditors had recognized that it needed to be repaid to the county.
The auditors had recognized that it wasn't a capital expense on the town side, and that it was to be moved to as an operating expense.
Okay, so when you and Mr. Chambers brought it up, the auditors had already made that adjustment.
Yes,
So that is, okay. When we were asking you a little, or sorry, when you were testifying about this before, you had made a comment that really linked this incident with respect to the misallocation of this $44,000 to Miss Fancy leaving her position. I just want to be clear that you weren't insinuating in any way that the two were connected, were you?
no, I have no knowledge.
Okay, so at that meeting as well, so in the June 25th meeting, that's when Mr. Chambers brought forward his survey, correct?
Correct. He may, I believe he had completed a survey in the past where I was not involved, but during the meetings that I attended during that 3-4 month time period, he had brought forward the survey we had viewed previously.
And you mentioned that it was a survey which provided information with respect to similar facilities. Do you have any personal knowledge if those facilities are similar to the Omiflex?
Other than, taking my kids to play hockey in a few of them, that's visual.
Okay, just visual, but you didn't perform any of the calls or the research that resulted in that report being prepared by Mr. Chambers?
I did not.
So it was Mr. Chambers who was presenting to the board that these were similar facilities.
That is correct.
So once that was presented to the board, you indicated that the primary focus of the board became to find out what the overages were for. Is that a correct characterization of what you said?
That is correct, yes.
So what information did you ask for in order to determine that?
Well, we had discussed on whether it was the salary, wages, or was it due to the ice time or potentially a subsidization of ice time and some of those ice, the rates and the fees, and was just trying to, come together and find out what was causing this higher number so that it could be, looked at and reduced, going forward.
No, I understand that as a board and particularly as the county members on the board, you were trying to come up with explanations for why it might be higher in the town as compared to these other municipalities. But what I'd like to know is what information did you ask the town to provide you?
We had asked for wages on there to see what the salary is. That was the primary item that was sticking out there, and to see if there was some way to, identify if that was what was going on, if there was, what exactly was going on within there that would cause that high number.
You asked for the town to provide you with a breakdown of the wages.
Correct, yes. Or job descriptions and wages, just the staffing, the staffing complement at the arena.
During that board meeting, you asked for that information.
During the board meetings, whether it was specific that one, through the course of our discussions as the board.
Did you ask for a copy of the collective agreement?
I can't recall.
Were there any motions made by any members of the board for the town to provide that information?
Not that I recall.
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Swap, is because there isn't anything in the minutes that would indicate that anybody asked for information about the breakdowns of the salaries in those meetings.
Right. Well, yes. And I do know some items were requested by Mr. Chambers to be included in the minutes afterwards.
With respect to the new pool that's being built, you indicated that the town is the county is contributing $5 million. Some of that's coming from MSI and some of it's coming from your reserves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how much is the town contributing?
The town's contribution, they were, at the time of the agreement, they were putting 5 million and the county was putting towards 5 million, with approximately 8 million to be coming from a federal grant.
So you're each putting in $5 million.
Yes, at the time of the agreement, yes.
So I'm just going to take you to a document, which is a page from your website at Brazo County. And it's with respect to the 2022 budget deliberations that council recently went through. So we just will scroll down a little bit. The announcement here is, and I assume this comes from administration, this on your website, that's who produces it?
It is released through our communications department, that is correct.
And it says in the second paragraph there, the interim budget maintains the years-long freeze on municipal taxes. And for the 7th year includes a 30% commercial businesses, at 30% commercial businesses. And for the 3rd year, the rebate has also been applied to residential and farmland properties. Fees have been limited to 0 or to minimal levels. Can you explain how that 30% rebate on taxes applies?
So the 30% rebate, just for information purposes, on our tax notice, we have 3 components. We have the municipal levy, the seniors requisition, and a school requisition. The 30% rebate is applied to the municipal portion only.
So my understanding is that 30% rebate came in for commercial property or businesses 7 years ago and 3 years ago for residential and farmland properties. And it was a rollback from, instead of taxes going up, they rolled it back 30%. Is that accurate?
It did not impact the mill rate. It was just 30, the mill rate stayed the same. It was a 30% rebate on the municipal portion of each tax notice and assessment.
So the mill rate didn't change, but you actually then are adding back a rebate of 30% for the municipal portion.
On the municipal portion, correct.
So for 2021, what is the total of that rebate?
The total of that rebate was approximately $870,000.
That includes commercial, residential, and farmland?
That is correct.
I'm just going to ask you to look at the Russ Farmer report, the municipal inspection in 2015. I know that you weren't, 2016. I know that you weren't here. Are you familiar with that document?
Not intimately, no.
Okay. So I'll take you to page 47 of it. Or I won't, my associate will. Page 48, actually. So the second bullet point under mill rate bylaw process identifies that the proposed reduction to residential mill rates was 30% when compared to their 2014 level. Now, you've just told us that it's not actually a reduction in mill rates, it's a rebate back. Is that how it was back then? Do you know?
No, that one was different. That one did impact the mill rate.
And then was an adjustment made at some point to get the mill rate back up to where it was and then provide the rebate to have the same impact on taxpayers?
No, the rebate has remained consistent. Or sorry, the mill rate has remained consistent.
But back then, you said the mill rate was rolled back. When did that change?
The rollback happened in the 2015, and that has remained consistent.
Okay. So it says this translated to a reduction of tax revenue in the amount of $841,366. So you're saying the reduction in tax revenue has remained about the same from 2014 until now?
No, that is incorrect. When on the total dollar amount impact, the 841 in 2014, that's when the mill rate was changed. in 2016, that was the first year that council had passed a rebate. And at that time, it was only for certain classes of property, and it was approximately, $350,000 to $400,000.
And over the years, it's got up to about 800.
Just when those additional assessment classes were added.
So when you added in farmland and residential, then it got up to about 800 a year.
Correct.
So if we go back to the website. At the last paragraph, or the second last paragraph, it indicates that administration has found efficiencies in order to support council's direction, not to increase taxes while maintaining service levels. You've also given testimony on a number of different impacts that you've had on revenues in the county through changes at the provincial level, mainly. What are the efficiencies that council has found to not increase taxes? Because not only have you maintained the 30%, you've also not increased taxes, correct?
That is correct.
So what are the efficiencies that have been found by administration?
Administration, we have just doing more with less, essentially. We have, more individuals doing, more tasks and items such as that there. We've reduced, any projects that aren't a must do. We are not progressing forward with those, and we have just, found ways to tighten the belt on the operating budget.
We can now just switch to document 90, so the next one, which is the Brazo County Schedule of Fees. The press release also mentioned that fees have been kept to a minimum. Is this a document you're familiar with?
I am, yes.
When you went over your qualifications, you've never worked at another municipality, have you?
I have not, no.
Are you aware of the fee schedules that other municipalities may have adopted?
I am not intimately familiar with other municipalities' schedule of fees, no.
Okay, so if we scroll down to the planning and development fees. So I would put to you that having 0 fees for any of these planning and development applications, including development permits, subdivision approval, maybe scroll down a bit more. Certificates of compliance, endorsement fees would be very unusual. Would you agree with that?
I can't speak to it. I know the thought process behind it on spurring development, of which brings you other fees in regards to property taxes and other items such as that, the methodology behind it.
Have you ever done any of the calculations to determine how much money is not being collected by not imposing fees, which would be consistent with other municipalities?
That has been done in the past. Unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of development in the county in a number of years. So the impact has been reduced.
Do you have a recreation agreement with the town, the village of Breton as well, right? The county?
That is correct.
Okay. And does the county contribute to recreation facilities in the village of Breton?
We provide funding, yes, to the tune of approximately $20,000 to $30,000 a year.
What level of financial accounting does the village of Breton provide you?
We receive, I don't really trying to think when received, it's been a while since we discussed with them. That would come through Mr. Chambers' department as he deals with the recreation on that one.
So any financial reporting that you received from the Village of Breton doesn't make its way through to your department?
It will come through when we are issuing the payments to them, but Mr. Chambers and the community services will receive that information and communicate with them and then sign off on the information, and then it comes up through the finance department.
So you don't know what level of financial reporting the Village of Breton provides under your ICF with them?
Not specifically to that. I know I have dealt and helped with them in some of their budgeting documents in the past, so I've seen the transaction level detail, but I cannot speak to what Mr. Chambers has received in the past.
Sir, I might just have 5 minutes just to see if I have any additional questions.
Absolutely. We'll take 5. See you in about 5. Whenever you're back, just turn your camera on.
Okay.
We'll call the hearing back to order. We're ready to proceed, are we?
We are.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Becker-Brooks.
So just a couple more questions. So you had indicated that the Village of Breton, their accounting records or their reporting goes to Mr. Chambers, that it doesn't come to you, you don't review it, correct?
We will look at once the payment comes through, we will release the payment, but he goes through the verification on his end there.
But reviewing transaction level details with respect to the town comes through you.
Comes to both of us. And I also have a finance manager who would also be looking at that information as well.
So 3 people are looking at the town's accounting. Only Mr. Chambers is looking at the village's account.
The finance manager would have insight into the Village of Breton's as well.
You're the general manager. Okay, so the finance manager would report to you.
That is correct.
In any of the ICFs that you have with the other rural municipalities, are there any contributions being made to those municipalities for intermunicipal services?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no payments made under any of those?
No.
Do you know what Brazo County's equalized assessment is currently at?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
So I could pull up some documents for you, but if I were to say that Brazo County's is about 3.6, I guess it's billion, is it? Or is that 1,000 million? Is that a billion? Yeah. Okay, 3.6 billion, and the town of Drayton Valleys is 1.3 billion. Would that sound about right to you? I can pull them up.
Yes.
Or that sounds about right.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Okay, so that would mean Brazo County's is about 3 times that of the towns, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
An equalized assessment is one way that is used to determine the ability to generate revenue in a municipality because it's related to the ability to generate taxes, correct?
If those taxes are paid, that would be correct. Yeah.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Anything arising from that, Mr. McLeod?
Just a couple of questions for Mr. Swap, sir. Mr. Swap, my friend was asking you some questions about Mr. McMillan and Mr. Miss Fancy. I understand Mr. McMillan was at one time the town's finance manager.
Correct, yes.
Did you ever ask Mr. McMillan for the detailed trial balances for the recreation centers?
We had discussed them, but we had a brief crossover between me being in my position and him in the town's position there. So we had one formal meeting together, and then after that time, we did not speak anymore.
What do you mean by brief crossover?
Just the timing of his employment with the town, and then mine assuming the role of the general manager of finance.
Mr. Swap, my friend was also asking you about the level of detail that was set out in the financial reports provided by the town. Provided by the county to the town with respect to the Brazo Sports Park. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
How much money in 2019 did the county pay to the town for the Brazo Sports Park?
Did the town pay to the county? Approximately $4,000.
Thank you, Mr. Swap. Those are my questions. Arbitrator McBean may have some additional questions for you.
Thank you. I have no questions for Mr. Swap. Thank you very much, sir, for attending and helping this process. So you are free to go if you'd like.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swap. That is the evidence on behalf of the Brazo County, sir.
Okay.
And I have sought instructions from my client, and my client is prepared to fund standard transcripts for all 3 days. And when I say standard, I mean on the 10-day turnaround. I'm sorry, Madam Reporter. And it's in part because I'm assuming that you're not going to be rendering a decision at the end of oral argument. And if that's the case, we would fund 1/2 of the transcripts for all 3 days to assist you in your deliberations.
Okay, so in terms of steps from this point on, I suppose we should speak about what we have in mind. I understand that council will be making oral submissions on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my anticipation.
And I think we had initially talked about Friday afternoon. The thought process being that we were going to need time up until then for evidence. Do people want to start Friday morning now, or what is council's wish in that regard?
I don't care, but I see my friend nodding her head, and if it's okay with her, it's okay with me.
I can't imagine that between the two of us, our oral submissions are going to take more than half a day. So I would prefer to start in the morning on Friday now that we have tomorrow open.
Okay.
Sure.
And in terms of the court reporter and the live streaming, is that going to be the same for these submissions? Or is that more in private, or how does that work for you?
We had talked about doing them in person. I'm fine to continue with this format. I think it's public.
I can say, and I think it's just because my wife likes to scare me. Apparently, Great Britain has gone from 12 Omicron cases to 49,000. And I have to tell you, my preference would be to do it virtually. And I think it might be worthwhile having a transcript if you're going to reserve of actually the arguments as well. And again, I'm always trying to make money for the court reporters.
No, and virtual is fine given where things are in terms of COVID, et cetera. And I think a transcript's a good idea.
Sir, I was getting a wave from my client. Would it at all be possible to do the oral submissions on Thursday afternoon?
It would be fine with me. I mean, I'm available. Obviously, I don't have any other commitments on Thursday afternoon, so.
I've ordered Ms. Thompson's transcript for Thursday night. and would be hoping to have that in hand to check for some of my argument. And that's the only reason I've raised Friday as a timeline.
The only problem is Mr. Osmond isn't available on Friday. So if we could have moved it forward to Thursday, I think that he would have preferred that, but he appreciates that that's where we're at.
I can have the transcript of Ms. Thompson for you tomorrow if you'd like, if that would help.
At what time?
Probably first thing in the morning.
Well, your first thing in the morning is earlier than mine, so sure.
I mean, have
Thursday afternoon. Thursday afternoon's fine by me.
Okay.
There you go, Mr. Osmond. You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for their cooperation.
I think you'd also asked for Mr. Swap's transcript. Did you want it for oral submissions as well?
I do not, sir. I have access to Mr. Swap. I'm wondering if we could start at 2 o'clock tomorrow. I know that's a wee bit later. It's just, we're going to be scrambling with respect to argument. And I would want to give you as fulsome a record of what we're arguing as possible.
Okay. 2 o'clock is fine with me. Does that work for you, Ms. Becker-Brooks?
Yes, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Did you want it live streamed as well or not? I can let the tech people know otherwise.
My instructions have been to make this as public as possible. And I can say there have been comments on the YouTube, so why not? It's part of the hearing.
That makes sense to me. So yes, we will live stream it. Starting at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
I know one of the things we had briefly talked about, or I briefly talked about with council, was your attempts to come up with a draft ICF that you could put before me with your respective positions on what should or should not be in it. Have you made any further progress on that?
We have not, but it may be that may post-date argument tomorrow afternoon, sir. But if we can't reach agreement, the bare bones is going to be the same. And there will be certain clauses I will advocate that my friend has told me to go pound sand. And there are certain clauses I'm sure she would like to see. And it may just simply be similar to an attendance before a judge, and you send 2 different forms of order, and you would have the bare bones document would be the same. It would have some clauses I like and some clauses my friend may want to add. But it may be possible we can reach agreement. We now know what the evidence is.
Right. Okay, no, that sounds promising. And I think if you can't reach agreement, then certainly it seems to be very efficient if we do exactly what you just said. You know, the clauses you don't agree on, you'll put before me and I'll make decisions.
Well, and I was going to say, sir, with us arguing tomorrow afternoon, is there any possibility we'll get the decision on Friday?
Not unless I can get out of divorce court. But thanks.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's it. So we'll adjourn until 2 o'clock on tomorrow afternoon for oral submissions by council.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Sir.
you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Madam Reporter.